Morning, baby Jules. EB. Morning, everybody. Hmm. Puck, I think he's saying Scotty equals Tiger because he's the first guy since Tiger to have back-to-back 5-win seasons. But yeah, obviously, he ain't El Tigre. It was a great chip, though. That was a great chip. Well, and Pucky wasn't playing well for most of the day, so usually they play even slower. It's got a fun game, though. Not that our audience watches a lot of golf, but that's every first thing that everyone in the chat room has been commenting on.
What's that?
Scheffler, slow play by McIntyre, golf, chip. So coffin ball, what a difference 15 years makes, huh? Yeah, Mongo's second best record in the league.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. And thanks for starting your week off with us. Hold on one second. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton. On X, I come at you from our nation's capital. Back to work, at least the football schedule to some degree. The one preseason game a year that ABC, ESPN does is tonight. It's the Bengals and the Commanders from our nation's capital. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your weekend?
My weekend was pretty good. Very relaxing. Not a lot happened. The daughter, she's of that age where she wants nothing to do with either of us on the weekend.
Right.
Unless she needs a ride somewhere.
Or money. Right.
Right. Well, we're not really to the money part yet. She hasn't needed a lot of money. She just needs rides. Money will come, I'm sure, very quickly.
Right.
But
that's good.
Yes, it is good.
It's good. You're spending enough money. You don't need to be, 20 here, 40 here, that sort of deal. You can save up for that. That's what this show is for, Mark. 20 here, 40 there.
That's about right. That's about right. And hopefully a home to do the show from.
Ba-dum-bum. Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Obviously, I was not with you and Trent on Friday. I had an awful flying experience, by the way, Thursday night. And I hope it's not, a sign of things to come. Because, man, awful. Awful. And then here's the funny thing. I love my mom. I do. I think you all know that. I'm an only child. She's an only child. We're very close. My dad was not really part of the picture. We are very close. And I hadn't seen my mom in 6 months. And that is a very long time for the two of us. That probably matches the longest period of time we've ever gone without seeing one another ever. So I fly in, and it's over 2 hours late, and there's a lot of stories. Nobody cares. So I got my bag, and I head outside, and my mom's in front of the airport, and this is great. And let's go. I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 7 hours. All right. And I love you, but got to get me some food. She goes, well, we can't leave yet. I'm sorry, what? Can't leave yet. What are you talking about? It's you and me. It's a car. It's right here. We're not blocked in. What do you mean we can't leave yet? Something wrong with the car? No, the car's fine. What's going on? Well, and I noticed there's a car behind us, Mark, and they got their flashers on. Huh, okay, you're double parked at an airport. Okay, you got the flashers on, hoping not to get a ticket, and you're there long enough, you can get towed. Got it. And she says to me, "Yeah, the nice young lady. She said she was going in to check on her mom and asked me to watch her car." I said, "What? Do you know her?" No, but she seemed nice, and I said, "Sure, I would." What? So the car's, flashing lights. I go over. Is it locked? Yeah, it's locked. I look at her. I go, let's go. It's locked.
What's there to watch?
Well, what's there to watch? The car's locked. By the way, there's no cops here. They're not giving tickets. They're certainly not towing. Okay. I'm an axe murderer. I haven't eaten in 7 hours. I've had a horrendous flying experience. I mean, I love you and all, and glad you're such a nice person, but we got to go. She goes, no, I can't go. I promised her I'd watch the car. Holy smackers.
So much for being the favorite kid.
So, and of course, during the time, now what happens? People start coming in and boxing us in. Oh, yeah. Sure. I mean, because our lane, we're in the one lane. Well, the second lane now's got to form because they're picking up people and double and triple parking and the whole deal. Right. Uh-huh.
Did she ever make it out to her car with her mom?
Yeah, but no, not without her mom. But 10 minutes later, she comes out. She goes, I found her. Thank you very much. Like, oh, okay. Meanwhile, I'm already in the car. It's running. I have it in like R, and I'm the foot is on the brake. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to leave my mom at the airport. Thank goodness it was only 10 minutes. I mean, we were like at the 2-minute warning. I was leaving.
Whether your mom was in the car or not?
Well, I figured ultimately she'd choose me over the stranger, but it was close.
You never know.
Right. I remember she seemed very nice.
And that's everything, David.
Right. So, Mark, it's good to know that I barely outrank a stranger who seems very nice.
Well, David, that's how they determined who babysat us in that generation.
That is so true. Who is this? It
seems very nice.
Listen, my friend Ellen, right? Yeah. It's a friend of Ellen's from the next block over, and she's got a teenage daughter who wants to earn some money.
And she seemed nice.
And she seems nice. At least that's what Ellen said. Ellen doesn't really know her all that well either. She just knows her mom. Sort of. Right. Oh, my goodness. So anyway, drove down, took 4 hours yesterday during the afternoon. You know what was great? I'm an old soul. I went from listening to New York sports radio to the Phillies game to the Orioles game. Boom, boom, boom. The signals matched up perfectly. I had a glorious afternoon in the car.
So you drove from New York down, or from New Jersey down to
I-95.
I thought you might take the train. I thought it might be a train day. I was kind of hoping for planes, trains, and automobiles, but good for you. Glad you had a good weekend with mom. Glad she likes strangers more than you.
Right.
But that's all right. I mean,
right. I'll bounce back. I mean, my pride's
as soon as you got that bag of burgers, you were good. So
you know what? You'd be proud of me because, I'm told I'm supposed to be eating a little bit better these days. Now, I proceeded to hit a diner, have Chinese, have pizza, have bagels, okay, and hit the best deli south of Carnegie Deli in America. But I did not hit the Castle. Mark,
wow.
Not yet. Mark, not yet. Remember, I'm going back tomorrow after the show, and we'll spend 2 more days in Jersey. I still have time.
Well, that's good. Good for you. And I do have to ask you one question.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that any team ever going forward in collegiate athletics will suffer a postseason ban?
Oh, no. Oklahoma State men's basketball is the answer to the trivia question, ladies and gentlemen. Last team to suffer a postseason ban, that's the Oklahoma State men's basketball team, either 22 or 23. That's the answer to the trivia question. Kind of like the last 300-game winner, Tom Glavine. That's it. That's all you have to know. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. No, Mark, absolutely not.
I mean, those days are over.
Over.
And I wasn't expecting a postseason ban when the announcement came of the penalties to the University of Michigan. But it was interesting because all of a sudden I get a text and it said Michigan got hammered. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened? And before I even responded to the text, I'm online and I started looking and I started laughing. I'm like, hammered? Yeah, they got hammered after they got the announcement of what the penalties were. They all went out and got hammered.
Well, obviously, we're going to talk about this in a little bit of detail. Before we get into the specifics and analyze it, in the past, we have said, and not just us, I think many people listening have said it's unfair to penalize the players of the present and the future if they didn't have anything to do with the transgressions of the past, correct?
Yes.
We didn't like, like if this year and next year's Michigan teams were banned from going to the playoffs, we wouldn't have liked that. It's like, wait a minute, they didn't have anything to do with this. So why are you penalizing them? So, Mark, listen, do I think Michigan got off lightly? In a sense, absolutely. Okay, they didn't have any wins taken away. Okay, now, I mean, it's official. The championship is not, quote unquote, tainted. Okay. But, I mean, I will say, if this is a TV show and it's all about money, the NCAA set a precedent here. This is what we're going to do in the future. Okay, we ain't taking wins away. We ain't taking banners down. Okay, but we are going to hit the bank account. And I mean, this penalty could easily be $30 million.
Right. Right. As David Portnoy said so eloquently over the weekend, ashtray money to the University of Michigan. Ashtray money. And David, you're right. We had always said that it was unfair for the current athlete to have to pay the penalties of the previous regime. You know what we didn't have back then? A transfer portal. True. So if you penalize a team today, you're really not penalizing today's athlete, because what they're allowed to do is get up and transfer basically immediately. That is something that no other athlete has ever been able to do throughout the history of collegiate athletics. So the old system doesn't really apply to today's collegiate athlete.
That is a very good point. That's a very good point.
All.
Yep.
So to give Harbaugh another 10 years in the show cause category,
right,
you are saying that he was well aware of the cheating, something that most of us rationally have known for quite some time. There is no sport that has a better control of their media than collegiate athletics, and a better control of what's going on inside their program than the college football coach. So yes, a big monetary fine, but no postseason ban, no wins taken away. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
When will our news drop this week? Wednesday.
Ken Griffey Jr. hit his 35th. Yes, sir, YouTuber. Absolutely.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Mo Egger in about an hour and 15 minutes to talk Reds and Bengals. There's lots to talk about on both fronts. Tony Garcia in a little over 2 hours to talk Michigan and the college football and Big Ten scene. There's lots to talk about on those fronts. Football magic numbers, by the way, 5 until Saturday and week 0, if that does it for you. Otherwise, 10 a week from Thursday, the 16 games on that Thursday night heading into Labor Day weekend. And we're just 17 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. So 5, 10, and 17 are your football magic numbers. Hey, can we do a little Q&A here?
Sure.
Okay. I'm the NCAA or whatever body you want to make me, or actually you're the NCAA. If you were in charge on Friday, and for the record, everybody needs to know, and we said this last year, Michigan cheated, okay? Don't think for a second Michigan didn't cheat. They cheated, okay? They did. And did they cheat during the year that they won the title? Yes, they began the year cheating. Absolutely, they did. Okay? Even the NCAA in the thing, it mentions 2023, by the way. Okay, so don't think for a second that the cheating didn't go on during the 2023 season. It may not have gone on for the whole season because certain people were forced to leave, but then again, proprietary information was left behind, etc. But Miller and Moulton believed it then, believe it now. Michigan cheated. All right, to win 3 straight Big Ten titles and the Natty, Michigan cheated. With that being said, what punishment would you have handed out?
You know, David, I don't know, because I had said all along that I did not want to see the national title taken away.
Right.
I hate that.
Yep.
I hate the after the fact, we're taking the title away, you guys can't hang a banner type of punishments. I've never been for that.
Right. You've always, all the 19 years we've done it, doesn't matter if it's UMass, Memphis, Michigan, Fab Five, the Florida State track banner, Louisville's national title taken away. You've hated every single instance.
I would have probably given them a postseason ban of some sort. I would have, because, David, this is not 20 years ago. It's not 5 years ago. These kids can get up and transfer now. We have made the transfer rules so lax that we're not hurting any of these kids. We're not. If you want to hurt Michigan, then you don't let them play in the postseason. You don't give this ridiculous 10-year show cause penalty to the person who was their head coach, who we all know is never coming back to coach college football again. I guess you assured that by handing 10 years on top of the original 4-year show cause penalty. So for 14 years, Jim Harbaugh really cannot coach collegiately. Did anybody think he was going to?
No.
By the way, Anyone? Bueller? I'll wait for the answer. So then the Sharon Moore, you added one more. So let me get this straight, Michigan and NCAA. We're going to nail the new head coach. But it's not against his alma mater. Got to make sure he can coach that game because it wouldn't look good if Sharon Moore couldn't coach against Oklahoma. So we'll let him miss Western Michigan and Long Island University for the blind. And, we're going to have the Big Ten first game against Nebraska. But not Oklahoma? You look ridiculous in this suspension. I mean, I don't know about you, David, but doesn't this suspension of Moore look asinine?
Well, yes, when you're strategically moving the suspension around to make it less embarrassing, less painful for him personally and professionally, yes. Okay, he will miss games 3 and 4 this year. Game 4 is the Big Ten opener at Nebraska. Will be nationally televised on CBS. There's no way to get around not reporting, hey, he's not here and why. And I will say the opener next year is that game over in Europe against Western Michigan. It will be a little embarrassing, but that's about it.
It's laughable. It is. Now, the fine, what do they do with that money, by the way?
I believe there's a fund that goes, not football. The money doesn't go to other Big Ten football programs. It doesn't go, I believe, to football programs around the country. I believe it goes into a fund that is to target the other sports. Okay, so I believe Michigan is going to help finance some of the Olympic sports elsewhere, and the money gets to athletes and what have you. I'll look it up. I read something to that effect a couple days ago.
Okay. So, I mean, but I did not want to see a title taken away. But the more I thought about penalties going forward, you're not penalizing the athlete. For 1 year, you would be. For this year, you would be penalizing the athlete by telling them they had a postseason ban. It allows them to transfer earlier. It allows them, if they wanted to leave Michigan, to do so and keep the majority of their eligibility. That's what I would have done. It would have been very easy to me. It was a postseason ban. How long? 1 year, 2 years? Not any more than that. But I'd have hit them in the pocketbook, and I'd have hit them going forward, which hits them in the pocketbook further. Because it would affect donations. It would affect their NIL pool and all of those things. If you want to penalize a team, you take away their postseason.
Well, I think then the postseason ban needed to be 2 years for this reason. To, at this late date, make it so that Michigan can't play in the 2025 postseason. Those athletes are already there, or they're not leaving. Okay, so if you wanted, or you could make it a 1 year postseason ban, but to me, Mark, it would have had to have been 2026. If you're wanting to cause Michigan some hardship on the field, okay, it would have at least had to have been a 2026 postseason ban, because then what you've talked about, there is the possibility 20, 30, 40 kids get up and leave. Now, maybe not. Maybe it's 1 year and they can deal without. Michigan throws some extra money their way and says, here's a little something for your pain.
And that's, David, that's the other beautiful thing there. Really and truly. We're in a system now that if the player wanted to get up and leave after this year because there was a postseason ban, they can freely do that. And if Michigan wanted to keep them, and it was going to cost them a little more money to do so, there's a system that allows them to do that. So that's where I would have been with this. I think throwing the book at Jim Harbaugh shows just how little credibility the NCAA has to me, David.
Well, the NCAA did pretty much say this was Jim Harbaugh and Connor Stallions. Denard Robinson got a 3-year show cause, but that has to do really unrelated with this. It's more recruiting violations. He did things when he wasn't supposed to and what have you. Okay, Sharon Moore got the extra 1-game penalty because he deleted 19 texts with Connor Stallions, they found those texts, and those texts had nothing to do with this matter at hand, according to the NCAA. So, the NCAA, Mark, is saying this was a two-man operation. This was Connor Stallions and this was Jim Harbaugh. Okay, but make no mistake, the NCAA, without using the word, the NCAA clearly is stating, I mean, when you're fining a school $30+ million, okay, you're not saying Michigan didn't do anything wrong. In fact, before this penalty, $8 million to Tennessee was the biggest fine penalty they had ever handed down a school. The NCAA clearly stated Michigan cheated at football, but these are the penalties we're going to hand out, which are very different penalties than what we used to hand out.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes. Sunday, third youngest U.S. amateur champion ever. Show cause means you have to go before the NCAA and make the case as to why you're hiring him and why they should allow you to hire him. And needless to say, they strongly encourage nobody hiring anybody given a show cause penalty. Some have been hired.
So what do you want for a poll question? What should Michigan's penalty have been? Do you think they should have taken the title away from Michigan?
Right. Wins. Right.
Did the NCAA get Michigan's penalty right? Yes. No, should have taken title away. No, should have given postseason ban.
I like that. Yes, Wes, I believe he was. And sometimes the school that hires the coach who's still on a show cause, like, gets put on probation. I think, what was the small school that hired Will Wade? The men's, that's funny, Deadstruck. I think, was it McNeese State? I think Will Wade was on a show cause when they hired him.
We had 2 poll questions on Friday, David.
Ooh.
Which AFC wildcard team is least likely to make the playoffs? Which NFC wildcard team is least likely to make the playoffs?
Look at you. Look at you. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Why? Can't wait to sneeze again. I'm excited. I might be able to sneeze again on this weekend. Yeah, Trent has the Dolphins winning 10 or 11 games.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Mo Egger to join us 1 hour from now to talk the Cincinnati sports scene. Bengals in our nation's capital tonight to take on the Commanders. I'm here in D.C. Going to watch the game. Got a really good seat. Not going to do much. I'm going to get paid for it. I'm stealing money tonight. I am. This is a flat out. This is a heist. I don't know if I'll offer. Maybe I'll offer something to Troy during the game tonight. Maybe. I'll probably just make idle conversation during the commercial breaks. Hey, how you doing? How you feeling? Okay. What'd you think, bro?
You bring any of that 8 beer with you? I'd like more.
Right. You allowed to bring that across state lines? How does that work exactly? If you don't distribute it in a state, can it be brought to that state? What are the rules? Anyway. Tony Garcia, 2 hours from now, we'll talk about Michigan. Did they get off easy? Okay. Is the penalty actually severe? Is this the new precedent? The new road that the NCAA is going down? And if so, do you like it? By the way, is Michigan the focus of our poll question?
They are, David. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, we had a couple of poll questions while you were gone on Friday.
Okay, how'd they work out?
It was which NFC wildcard team is most likely to miss the playoffs in 2025, and the same with the AFC. Minnesota getting 54% of the vote. Green Bay with about 25% of the vote. Washington with the remainder. The Steelers got 46% of the vote. The Chargers, 28% of the vote. And the Broncos, 26% of the vote. for
Okay.
what it's worth.
All
But
right.
today, you're right. It's about Michigan. And did the NCAA get Michigan's punishment right? And your choices are the following. Yes, they did. No, should vacate title. No, postseason ban too. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
We'll start with baseball. And the Brewers' 14-game winning streak was snapped in dramatic fashion in Cincinnati yesterday. First off, Brewers are down 1-0 going to the ninth. And Contreras hits a 2-run shot to give them a 2-1 lead. They're going to pull another win from the jaws of defeat. But a key error starting the bottom of the ninth led to an unearned run for the Reds to tie it, and then Cincinnati wins it 3-2-10, snapping the Brewers' long winning streak. Cincinnati a game and a half back in the wild card chase because the Mets won the Little League Classic over the Mariners 7-3. They scored 4 in the fifth thanks to a 3-run homer by Mark Vientos. The big dumper did it again, though. Dinger number 47 for Cal Raleigh. He's one behind the all-time record for catchers, and he's got a quarter of a season to go. Okay, over under 55.5. He's got 47, quarter of a season left. He's going to play in most every game because they're in a big race, but he's probably going to wear down because he's a catcher. I know they DH him some, but 55.5 over under.
Under.
I think I'd go over, but that's right there, isn't it?
It is. That's a great number.
The Mets do not gain ground on the Phillies because, well, they split the 4-game series with the Nats. Alec Boehm and Nick Castellanos both homered. Phillies went 6-4 on their road trip. They beat the Nats 11-9. They have a 5-game lead in the East. Cubs pick up a game on Milwaukee, but they are 8 back. They are the 4 seed right now. They're the best wild card team in the National League. Cubs 4-3 over the Pirates. The Dodgers swept the Padres, the big 3-game series in L.A. Mookie Betts, tie-breaking homer in the 8th inning to win it 5-4. The Dodgers lead is 2 out west. Meanwhile, give it up to the Braves last week. They went to New York, took 2 or 3 from the Mets, went to Cleveland, and swept the hot Guardians. 5-4 the final yesterday. And with the Tigers winning 3 out of 4 from the Twins, the Guardians are now 8.5 back. And with the Yankees sweeping the Cardinals, the Guardians are 3.5 back in the wild card. So a very damaging series for Cleveland with the hands of the Atlanta Braves.
But a very good weekend for Fox Sports. And particularly ESPN, who is televising the wild card, because there are no guarantees after the wild card round.
Right.
But it's really and truly not so much Fox Sports. That's a mistake on my part. A good weekend for the ESPN baseball department.
Yes, because now it looks like that they will get the Yankees in a wild card series, okay? And the Cubs have the best wild card record in the National League. So happy, joy in Bristol.
Well, and your Mets are at least a game and a half above the Reds now, too. I mean, come on.
Right.
They won 2 or 3. They hadn't been winning at all. So to win a series gives them a lot of hope that both New York teams can play in the postseason.
Right. I think they take the Red Sox, though, over the Mets. I don't even think the Mets are a medalist in the ESPN baseball medalist who we want in the wild card round derby. But you're right, Mark. You're right. It was a good, at least
they're the superfecta, though, David. And who
That's
wouldn't
true.
want to hit a big superfecta?
I do believe the Mets are the Powerball. You are correct. Tigers lost to the Twins 8-1. Twins avoided a 4-game sweep there. Kansas City. All right, here we go. Have the Royals finally showed up? Is this their Detroit Tigers-like finish? They swept the White Sox 6-2 thanks to a 4-run 8th. They're 9 back at Detroit, but they're 4 back of the Yankees. Guardians 3.5 back, Royals 4 back.
And
Let's
you're
see.
always big on how many teams they have to pass. They're only a half game behind the Guardians, and that's it. So
Right.
it's not like they've got to leapfrog 4 or 5 teams. They have to get past the Guardians, and then they have to chase down the Yankees.
Nathan Eovaldi won his 7th straight decision. Texas 10-4 over Toronto. Blue Jays still have a 5-game lead in the East because the Marlins, with a dramatic finish in Boston, 1 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th. Dane Myers homered to tie it, and then Jacob Marcy with a 2-run homer to win it. Marlins snap a 3-game skid, beat Boston 5-3. Yankees swept the Cardinals, as we mentioned, in St. Louis, 8-4 the final. They're 5.5 back of the Jays, but they're 3.5 up on the final wild card. By the way, Mariners, Red Sox, Yankees, the 3 wild card teams, all separated by a half a game in the American League. Houston, listen, the Astros injuries are really piling up. There's got a 1.5 lead on Seattle, but Baltimore beat them 12-0. Jordan Westburg with a homer and 5 RBIs. Giants beat the Rays to avoid the sweep 7-1. Snap Tampa Bay's 3-game winning streak. Angels with 6 in the 10th. They beat the A's 11-5. And Colorado, they've won 3 in a row and 5 of 6. What in the wide world is going on here? The Rockies beat the Diamondbacks 6-5. Very quietly last night. Most of you weren't watching. You weren't paying attention. Rob Manfred, Commissioner of Baseball. Remember him? Yeah, he did an interview on ESPN. You know, the whole Little League series, kind of a big deal for Major League Baseball. He was kind of asked about the future of the sport, and he said, well, before I retire in 2029, we need to get the A's and Rays stadium situations done. Well, in theory, the Vegas one is done, right? They broke ground. So we just got to get the Rays one done. And with the new ownership, we're all pretty confident we're going to get something done, right? Okay. Then he said, I want to add 2 expansion teams. And he specifically mentioned the city of Nashville. So do you think Nashville's going to be one of the 2 teams? Yeah, I think so. But then he said, quote, and we have a tremendous opportunity to realign geographically, which would essentially get rid of the American and National Leagues and turn Major League Baseball into, well, NBA and the NHL at the very least. But how do you feel, baseball fan, about getting rid of the American and National Leagues? And we will spend a segment going through what those geographic divisions will look like.
And trust me, David's only been working on this for 7 years.
3 a.m. I was up working on it. 3:09 a.m. Football, week 2 of the preseason almost complete. Tonight in D.C., Commanders host the Bengals. That'll wrap up week 2. Injuries, once again, Travis Hunter didn't practice Friday, held out of the preseason game Saturday due to an upper body injury. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't practiced or played in 11 days. Likely won't practice or play this week since the Giants are playing Thursday night. He has a back tightness, they're saying. Tightness in the back. Really? World-class athlete can't practice for 11 days. And you're trying to tell us it's not a big thing? Okay. Green Bay running back Marshawn Lloyd re-injured his hamstring in the preseason game against the Colts. The Packers strongly indicated he is not going to be ready for the opener and may miss multiple regular season games. He was being counted on to be the backup tailback. Cowboys wide receiver Jonathan Mingo, right knee injury, likely to miss the first few weeks of the season. And Mark, I love it. There were 2 trades. The Eagles sent tight end Harrison Bryant and a 5th to Houston for wide receiver John Mechie and a 6th. But the Jags and Saints faced each other in the preseason, and after they played to a tie, they made a trade.
What did they think it was, baseball?
The Jags acquired defensive tackle Kalen Saunders, and they sent center Luke Fortner to the Saints. I like it. Golf, Scotty Scheffler was 4 down heading into Sunday. No problem. He rallied to win the BMW Invitational by 2 over Robert McIntyre, who did a lot of talking on Saturday. Shot 3 over on Sunday. Hey, Bob, I'm sorry, I didn't hear much from you yesterday, Bob. One birdie yesterday, Bob. Hello.
He shouldn't have been talking Saturday, period, of being that confident. I mean, the guy played unbelievably well on Thursday.
Right.
And
62.
then played 2 okay rounds.
Right.
But, I mean, he did start the sucker off 8 under off the hop. I mean.
Yeah. Maverick McNeely, who's battling for a Ryder Cup spot, finished third. Sam Burns, who's battling for a Ryder Cup spot, and is Scotty Scheffler's best friend. I just feel compelled to mention that. Finished T4. LIV, John Rahm lost in a playoff for the second straight week. Don't worry. He's made over $30 million this year, and he yet to have a win. Yet he won the season-long title without a win. Joaquin Niemann won 5 LIV events, didn't win the season-long title. Rahm doesn't have a win, won the season-long title, and an $18 million bonus that comes with it. Anyway, did you hear the controversy? Keegan Bradley thinks that 2 years ago the U.S. got beat because most of the team didn't play for 4 weeks leading up to the Ryder Cup. There's a PGA tournament 2 weeks before this year's Ryder Cup in Napa. Keegan has strongly encouraged everybody on the team to play in that event. Well, the problem is Bryson DeChambeau is on the team. He finished 6th in the standings. It's official. Bryson's on the team. Well, Bryson is ineligible to play in a PGA tournament. Okay. Keegan and the PGA of America is kind of staring at the PGA Tour going, hey, would you give him a waiver? And right now the PGA Tour is like, no.
They can't.
I agree.
Can't, David. I'm
agree.
sorry. I'd
know.
love Bryson to be able to play in that event. But if you're the PGA Tour, you cannot, under any circumstances, allow that to happen.
18-year-old Mason Howell from Georgia won the U.S. Amateur, third youngest to ever do so. Now, Mark, he can go and begin his senior year of high school.
It's usually the way it works.
Austin Dillon won it.
I wonder if in the NIL world and the fact that people pay attention to what golfers make, because let's be honest, the high school golfer very rarely gets laid. This guy should.
Hey, you want to accompany me to Augusta, honey? Okay, then we'll go to prom. Austin Dillon won at Richmond on Saturday night. He's guaranteed now a playoff spot. Ross Chastain finished 19th. By the way, 14 winners, different winners on the NASCAR circuit for the 16 playoff spots. Final race before the playoffs this coming Saturday at Daytona. WNBA, Caitlin Clark's missed 13 straight games. The coach said, we hope to have her back this season. Atlanta beat Golden State. The Dream are 22-12. Our buddy Carl Semesco has the Dream with the second best team in the league. And anybody catch what Tony Petitti, the Big Ten commissioner, had to say over the weekend?
Tony Petitti is single-handedly trying to ruin college football. Where's Jim Delaney? Can we please get him back? Can we get someone who maybe understands college football instead of someone who programs television running the goddamn conference?
I never thought I'd say this, but there are people now going, where's Kevin Warren?
Right.
Can we get Kevin Warren back?
Jeez,
Anyway, Petitti's saying we should do away now with conference championship games and have either 24 or 28 teams in the playoff. And that was the starting 5. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Robes, I don't believe it does anymore. I think if a college gives a kid money, he's still okay.
Good question, though.
It is. Clark, is that from a full pot? Is that what you used to do? A full pot of coffee in the morning? Down to a half now. I understand. I watched my wife go through it. Tough transition.
You need to write a new Floor Master spot.
Floor Meisters, you mean?
Yeah. Because it talks about with summer just heating up or something like that. We're in August.
Right.
And I've got to do a new Air Advantage spot, but I got to find out if they're still advertising with us, which I'll find out today. So I'm either taking the spot out completely or redoing it.
Robes. Apparently, you can get NIL money and still be an amateur, but somehow, some way, it has to pass the smell test that it's not pay for play. Right.
You know, I was an idiot because I thought we were going to find out the Ryder Cup team today.
I did too.
But we don't find out until next Monday.
Right. We know the top 6, they're locked in today.
Right.
Right. Just keeping it real, Matt. I did not notice. Now, granted, I
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. And as always, thanks for starting your week off with us. Our football magic numbers 5 this Saturday, week 0. Hello. 10 days away from that Thursday night, heading into Labor Day weekend when 16 games are on the docket. And we are 17 days away. That's it. 17 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys to get this NFL party started.
I think the Miller household desperately needs football, not just for me. And mostly for me. Don't kid yourself, because what I realized is now that the weekends come, and my wife had to work Saturday. She had a day off during the week, so she had to work on Saturday. So she's busy. And the daughter wants nothing to do with me on Saturday.
Right.
But there wasn't a whole lot to watch. I mean, I'm stuck there in the afternoon watching a little bit of golf, watching a little bit of the U.S. Amateur, but there's not a lot there. Sunday comes along, the wife's got the day off, and she's really into this book. So she ignored me most of Sunday to read whatever book it is she's reading. And then she plopped down on the couch in the afternoon as I was getting dinner ready, and she's all into the golf. She doesn't play golf. She, as far as I knew, wasn't even much of a golf fan. And now she's watching and commentating on golf. And I'm like, man, we got to get some football in front of this lady.
Can I just ask a quick sidebar question? Is she offering up more insight than Kevin Kisner?
She has far more emotion, but she offers up around the same insight. Because as you mentioned, there is nobody doing more for Trevor Immelman's career at CBS than Kevin Kisner.
At NBC. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he's going to get him a multi-year extension with a big raise. Yes, he is. Man, do I miss Paul Azinger. Whew. Anyway. Hope to have him on the show before the Ryder Cup. You know, he played in it, he captained and he won. So, hope to have him back on the show. But, okay, so, well, you're going to have some football. Then week 0, maybe even, you can partake. Hey, honey, Kansas State, Iowa State. It's Dublin, right? They in Ireland?
Yes, it's in Dublin.
Okay. So there we go. Honey, look. It's a Big 12 showdown with one of the 9 teams that apparently can win it this year. What do you say?
Boy, nobody. I mean, nobody. There are radio shows on from Southwest Florida to Seattle, Washington, and everywhere in between. And there is not one host that really lifts his leg and pees on week 0 quite the way that one David Moulton does.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Holy Toledo. We get a meaningful Power 4 football game, and you are acting like it's the spring jamboree between Verot and ECS.
I just don't know if the game is worthy of elevating the entire week. That's all. I just don't get me wrong. I'm glad they're playing.
You enjoy the Tour Championship. No one gets the lead this week. You can stick to that.
Well, yeah. I mean, now it's fantastic. The top 30 on the money list who have already made so much money. Mark, guess what? They get to play 4 more days of golf and make so much more. I mean, it's got so much interest. Although there's 3 or 4 who I guess have a chance to play their way, onto the Ryder Cup team and impress the captain. Listen, if I'm Keegan Bradley, by the way, I withdraw this week. I'm playing so badly. Every week I'm going a further rung down. Okay. I think he may do better if he withdraws this week.
Well, David, the problem is if you withdraw, you don't get a paycheck. So he's not going to withdraw, but I understand your point.
That's true. It's kind of like the baseball team that's down 10 or more runs. They have to finish the game, so they put in the position player. Keegan Bradley needs to, maybe on the weekend he could switch with his caddy. Okay.
Maybe, you know what? When someone withdraws or they have an odd number at the Masters, they send out that member, the best player. He's called the marker.
Right.
That's what Keegan needs. He needs a marker at this point. You are right. And he dropped a spot in the Ryder Cup standings. And I don't know about you, David, but when I look at the U.S. Ryder Cup team, who not in the top 12 do you think has a legit shot? Because I think there's only 2 guys.
All right. For the record, the top 6 are set. They're locked in. All right. Those 6 are Scheffler, J.J. Spahn, Xander Schauffele, who, by the way, is on the team because of what he did last year. Xander has not played well this year at all, but he won 2 majors last year, and that has him 3rd on the points list. Seriously, if Schauffele would not make the team. It was based on his 2025 results, but he's 3rd. Russell Henley, Harris English, DeChambeau is 6th. He edged out Justin Thomas. Thomas is going to make the team. Morikawa, who's 8th, is going to make the team. And I think Ben Griffin, who's 9th, is a lock to make the team. He's played really well here lately.
Well, and I think he showed a little something yesterday because he started out with like a triple bogey and a double bogey. What was he, 6 over after 3 holes or something like that? Battled back to shoot 1 under yesterday. Or 5 over through 3 holes or whatever the hell it was. He started out miserably and worked his tail off. And to me, if I'm Keegan Bradley, that's something I'm paying attention to because you're going to have bad holes in the Ryder Cup. What's your bounce back like? And I thought Ben Griffin may have earned his spot.
Now, Maverick McNeely is 10th on the list, and he finished, 3rd? Yeah, he finished 3rd. Keegan is 11th.
He's on my team, by the way. Maverick McNeely's on my team. That's
okay. So you have only 2 spots that are left open.
Yes.
Okay. Keegan Bradley, by the way, is 11th. Mark, 2 years ago when he got left off the team, what spot was he in?
I believe he was in 11th, David.
Yes, he was, Mark. Yes, he was. So he was heartbroken 2 years ago and thought he should have been on the team. Well, now he's in the exact same spot this year. For the record, everybody who was asked last week at the BMW said that Keegan Bradley should play. Now the new narrative is Keegan should play and give up the captaincy. Like you keep mentioning, what's he got? 5 assistants, basically hand it off. That's the new one. I mean,
it would be so tough for him to write down on a piece of paper who was going to play.
Hal Sutton, former Ryder Cup player, former Ryder Cup captain. All right. Hal Sutton said he should play and he should hand the lineup card, if you will, over to the bench coach. Here, Jim Furyk or whoever it is, knock yourself out.
I'll hand it over to someone if I'm going to put myself on the team, but I'm going to write down one name 5 times. And I'm going to tell that person when you hand me the piece of paper back, if that name's not on there, I'm relieving you of your duties. Because Scotty Scheffler should play in all 5 matches. None of this democracy crap. to get everybody in. He's the best flipping player in the world. I need you to play 5 matches, Scotty, and I need you to get 5 points. Okay?
By the way, for the record, if I was Keegan Bradley, I would not put myself on the team. I haven't played well in 2 months. I did win 2 months ago. I haven't played worth a damn since. Brian Harmon is
a lot of the other guys that are on that bubble are also playing average at best.
Well, Brian Harmon's 12th. He's not playing all that well. Andrew Novak's 13th. He's not doing much. Here's the problem, Mark. Cam Young at 14 and Sam Burns at 16 are playing.
Well, Sam played really good this week. He wasn't great the week before. I mean, they've been up and down. Cam Young's the guy that I'd have a spot for, and I'm very fascinated by the whole Sam Burns, Scotty Scheffler thing.
There we go. Once again, okay, I've tried to make this point 134 times in the last 3 weeks. Sam Burns is what to Scotty Scheffler, Mark?
That's his best friend.
There we go. There we go. If you want to make the big dog happy, might want to have a playing partner for him, okay, in which, a guy with not a lot of experience, but don't worry, he's with his best friend and the best golfer in the world. We can pair him with Scotty. Don't have to worry who you're playing with Scotty. We'll play him with his best friend. That's what I would do, Mark. I would keep Keegan and Harmon off. I'd put Cam Young and Sam Burns on. And if I was Keegan, I'd stay captain. But there you have it. So if you're Keegan, you have 1 spot open, right?
If I don't pick myself, I have 2.
But I think you indicated right now you're leaning on picking yourself, correct?
I am.
Okay, so right now, you've got 1 spot open.
That's correct.
Brian Harmon at 12 is on the bubble, and he's got Cam Young, Sam Burns, Cantlay, and Novak breathing down his neck.
And it would be between Cam Young, Burns, and Harmon. Burns makes a lot of birdies. That, to me, is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yep.
But I'm not and the thing is, Scotty, who else do you want to play with? Because again, Scotty, I want to point this out to you. You're playing in every match.
Yes, you are.
That's the way this works.
Right.
And I don't think Sam Burns is going to play all 4 matches with you.
No.
So who is it you want to play with, and how do you want to do that? Because that's the most important thing. You need the big dog to be the big dog if we're going to win at Bethpage. Sorry.
So, Scotty, who do you want to play best ball with? Sounds like you and your best friend would be a good combination. He makes a lot of birdies, and, well, I hear you do too. And so we need somebody to play alternate shot with, Scotty. Who would you like to play alternate shot with? Anybody here you mesh with that they don't put you in too bad of a position? Because, Scotty, I don't want to do the Phil Tiger thing that Hal Sutton did back in 2004, okay, where Tiger is looking at Hal Sutton like, if I could gut you like a fish right now, I would. What are you doing? I hate this guy. And by the way, he can't find a fairway. And I have to keep hitting the second shot up against out-of-bounds posts and fences.
Yeah, I'm going to find you someone that hits the ball in the fairway, Scotty, because right now, your distance control with your irons is second to none.
I will say
what
that
he is doing with his irons is incredible right now.
How about Brian Harmon for that? He puts it down the middle every time. he does. Harmon will hit every fairway. Miller and Moulton. Coolest thing I've seen today coming up, and Tony Petitti is taking over the college football world.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
This is Miller and Moulton.
So by chance, did you see any of the U.S. Amateur this weekend?
I did.
I watched a decent amount of the quarterfinals
Okay.
on Friday.
Was that daily?
Yeah, I got interested because of Daly. I got fascinated, however, because of your buddy, Miles Russell. Did you happen to see the end of his match on Friday?
I didn't. I saw, if it's the same match, that at one point he was 4 down, fought back, got it even, including holding a bunker shot.
Don't care.
Okay.
He, on the second to last hole, he's got like a 2.5 footer. Lee gives him the putt. Lee's inside of where Miles Russell is. Lee gives Russell the putt. Russell doesn't give the putt back to Lee.
Ooh.
Then on 18, Lee's got a really short putt to win the match. And I think he had to 2-putt from where, but he again doesn't concede.
Ooh.
It was chicken blank, David.
Yeah, that's
I mean, and I know he's 16 and I get it.
Yep.
But
No, come on, dude.
Because I got a text from a friend of mine, and I would rather say a good acquaintance because we're friendly. But he sends me a text. I don't know where it came from, Friday night, or a DM on X. He's like, "Have you seen this hamburger dog they serve at Olympic?" And I'm like, "No." And I'm like, "How about that kid not giving a putt on 17 or 17?" He's like, "Yeah, he wasn't giving up anything." And I'm like, I couldn't. I mean, when we have a golf course called the Concession, and you're not given a 2-footer to have a hole, I was like, wow.
Oh, I can understand you're not giving the 2-footer, but once the guy's giving you the 2.5-footer on the same hole, you kind of that's one of those. You look at one another. In. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Let's go on. Yeah. Good. All right.
I was stunned.
So you're saying the guy had like 4 feet and he could 2-putt to win on an 18?
Yeah.
Wow. That's not good.
It wasn't a good look. I'm watching this one, and the announcers aren't going to say anything.
No, you gotta take your hat off and shake the kid's hand. Say, pick it up. You won. 1 up. Congratulations.
And match play is different than, for those of you that don't play golf, match play is a totally different animal than stroke play. You make the rules up, so to speak, when it comes to that stuff. There's no set of I guess this would be, be the unwritten rules, David.
Well, see, I think you phrased it that way to benefit your way of thinking, because if it had been a real rule of golf, no matter how chicken blank it was, you would want to uphold it for the end of time. Designated scoring area. I used to give them early. I would give putts early. And then on the back nine, make them.
Which, to me, if you give a 18-incher on one, you give an 18-incher on 18.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: did the NCAA get their punishment of Michigan right? Yes. No. They needed to take games, wins, and maybe even the natty away from them. Or no, they needed to at least postseason ban going forward. Something. Come on now. Cash? That's it? That's the penalty? Cash? So that's pretty much the poll question, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that wordy because, well,
right,
they don't allow that many words. And if they did, we'd never have a poll question. But yes, did the NCAA get Michigan's punishment right? Yes. No, should vacate title. No, postseason ban 2. And right now, postseason ban 2, with 2 O's, not a W, is getting 52% of the vote. Most people think they should have hit him with the postseason ban.
Going forward, which is what you wanted as well.
And it was something I understood why people were so adamantly against punishments going forward, because it wasn't, in this case, the coaches or the players. So why punish the players now? The difference is we have this thing called the transfer portal. If they would have hit them with the 2-year postseason ban, this year, those players would have all been stuck. But in 2026, they would have been able to go somewhere and play for a title if they wanted to. So I do think the new rules allow postseason punishment really more than ever before. But I did say earlier in the show, and I truly believe it, that we'll never see a postseason ban again.
Nope.
Ever.
Nope.
If you weren't going to do it here, for a team who you basically said, not basically, for a team that you said cheated, you, being the NCAA, said that Michigan cheated in the year that they won the national championship. This isn't me. This is what the NCAA said. If they're going to say that and really not give them any punishment whatsoever, they gave them a monetary fine.
Now, it's a big one. Now, you do have to acknowledge, even, I mean, Dave Portnoy may call it ashtray money, but we're looking at $30+ million is what it's going to cost Michigan. I mean, it's not ashtray money. unless it's Dave Portnoy's ashtray, apparently. But anyway, $30 million fine.
I mean, what's this mean? They can't get a quarterback now? Come on. It's laughable. That's why it isn't. It's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, for Michigan, how much money really is it?
That's true. If this kid doesn't pan out, I mean, what's his face's wife? She'll be like, "Hey, we need to get a new quarterback. This kid wasn't good." Okay, honey.
Okay.
I'm all what, the Oracle guy, right? Is that who it is?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So all of a sudden, he writing all these checks to Michigan. Why? Well, she wants a good football team, and I want her to be happy. Yeah. Okay. Miller and Moulton.
Time for the coolest thing I've seen today. And we are going to talk more golf, David. I can't help it because, as my wife very wisely said yesterday when I explained to her what was going on with the stand-in caddy, Michael Cromie, he worked for Scotty Scheffler last week.
Right.
Because Scotty Scheffler's main caddy had a family emergency. He missed the final round of the St. Jude and then missed this week. Whatever it is, I hope everything works itself out.
Right.
Because we really don't have, I don't know if you do, I've not seen a whole lot of information on what the emergency is.
Scheffler was asked after the round on the 18th green about the fill-in caddy and what have you, and his regular caddy's name is what? Ted Scott, and he said,
Scott.
yeah, Ted's back home where he should be, and it looks like everything's going to be okay. Okay, then that was it.
Great.
Right.
I mean, sometimes we don't need to know.
Right.
And in this, whenever we find out, I'm happy to hear that from what Scotty said, everything seems to be working out. But Michael Cromie is the coolest thing I've seen today because he was going to have last week off, you see.
Right.
Because he caddies for Cameron Kirk, and Kirk did not make the top 50, so therefore he was not invited to the BMW Championship. And as my wife said when I told her this, wow, did I pick the wrong line of work? Yes, we all did. Because Mike Cromie earned $360,000 filling in for Ted Scott, Scotty Scheffler's caddy.
Right. Because you get 10% of a win, right?
10% of a win.
And Scheffler made 3.6, so.
I mean, they do not have great chemistry. I think you saw it if you watched. Scotty Scheffler going for the high five. Cromie going for the fist bump. They weren't in sync.
And then when Cromie took his fist bump and made it a high five, they didn't make solid contact.
No,
it was about 60-40.
Right.
Right. Right. And another thing, Cromie's taken the flag on the 18th off of the flag stick, and Scotty's got to tell him, yeah, Ted takes the whole stick. So now Cromie's putting the flag back on the stick, because we're taking the whole thing, apparently.
Now, here's the other side of this. Does Cromie have to give Scott a tip, the other caddy?
I don't think so.
Does Scheffler have to give his regular caddy a little something, something? Or is this just $360,000 that Ted Scott will never be able to think about again?
Now, if I was Scheffler, because Scotty Scheffler's made like $45 million this year with his 5 wins and the bonus money and the $10 million because he's the most or second most popular or whatever. I believe Scheffler has made $45 million. He's made more than John Rahm, who's made $31 million for not winning on the LIV circuit. But if I was Scotty Scheffler and I've made $45 million this year, I'd pay them both.
Nobody. There is nobody on the planet that can spend other people's wealth quite the way that David Moulton can.
Just one time I want to be wealthy. Okay. And the funny thing is my wife is going to spend so much more than me, but I would throw it around a little something for the effort.
So that's the coolest thing I've seen today. MyAirAdvantage.com, MyAirAdvantage.com, 18 months, no interest, no finance, or no interest, no payments. Available with that great financing program at Air Advantage. Visit them online, MyAirAdvantage.com.
By the way, you had mentioned that Ben Griffin, who's 9th in the Ryder Cup point standings, and what impressed you yesterday was he was 6 over through 3, and he ended up 1 under for the day. Do you know how he became 6 over?
Well, I know he missed a short one when he made the triple on one.
No.
I think
No, he overdosed on creatine. He takes creatine. He takes a certain amount of creatine a day. And sometimes he's taking it like right before the round. And he was at the bottom of the can. And so he reaches in, and apparently it was like a hard ball. And he put the whole thing in his water. It turned out to be so much more than what he normally takes. He hit his tee shot on one. I think he hit his second shot on one, swigs it down, and starts shaking. Visibly
He four-putted the
shaking.
first green, right?
He four-putted from 4 feet on the first green, hits his drive out of bounds on 2, bogeys 3, and apparently on the 4th hole, his caddy took out 2 bottles of water and said, "We're not hitting another shot unless you drink these." And by the 5th hole, Ben Griffin turned to his caddy and said, "Okay, I think it's out of my system now. Let's try to get back to even." He said he came within like 1 shot of withdrawing. Wow.
That's
You
something.
you don't normally have that.
No,
Hey,
you don't.
how'd you shoot your, 41-31? Well, I OD'd. Well, you don't normally hear that on the PGA Tour.
No, I mean, it's been a while since Tigers played.
Hello.
Miller and Moulton. We
Wow.
will go to Cincinnati next. We're on to Cincinnati. Mo Eggar next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Look at the first 7 games for the Bengals.
Well, aren't the first 2 easy?
Okay, yeah, at Cleveland, which is never easy for them.
Right.
Then they host Jacksonville. After that, at Minnesota, at Denver, home for Detroit, at Green Bay, home for Pittsburgh.
Better win the first 2.
Got that right.
So at Cleveland, home for Jacks, at Minnesota, at Denver, home for Detroit, at Green Bay, home for Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not easy.
You know, the one thing that going back to Live Golf that we talked about briefly, and if he would have not made a double on 15 or 16, whatever it was, nobody has benefited more from the Live defection than Ricky Fowler.
I agree.
He didn't have status. He would have lost his card. And he damn near got to the Tour Championship this year. I bet you I'm the only show co-host that's calling guests up in the country.
I don't know about that.
You think there's other?
I do.
All
I
right.
think I think with what's happened to our industry, I do.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tony Garcia, 1 hour from now, to talk about Michigan and the penalties they received. Did the NCAA get it right? Too lenient? Not harsh enough? We'll talk to Tony Garcia about that 1 hour from now. Mo Egger, kind enough to join us once again. And we all need to give a really nice round of applause, not just like a 4-foot par putt round of applause. Mo is joining us while off today and tomorrow. And he made time for us at this hour. He's crushing afternoons in Cincinnati on ESPN 1530. You can follow Mo on X at Mo Egger, Egger. Mo, it's David and Mark. Thank you for doing this. How are you?
Oh, well, guys, what's up?
Well, Trey Hendrickson, the gift that keeps on giving, and the Bengals. But on a scale of 1 to 10, how serious do you take these reports that the Bengals are now looking at trading him?
I'll say a 7 or an 8.
Ooh.
That they're at least now open to the possibility, which flies in the face of what the owner said, Mike Brown nearly a month ago, when he said with no ambiguity whatsoever, quote, "We're not going to trade Trey Hendrickson." I think with how this has gone, the lack of progress, I think it was always inevitable that at some point, and I still believe that the Bengals will not find a team willing to give them what they want, but at some point they would throw their hands up and go, "Okay, fine, let's see if there's any takers out there." I think the frustrating thing, though, is it would have made a lot more sense to do this prior to the draft than to do it now, because I certainly am among those who believe that what they could have gotten for Trey Hendrickson would have gone a lot further toward helping them win this year had they swung a deal for him prior to the draft than if they swing one here over the next couple of weeks. And so you're being very fair if you're a fan of the Bengals or an observer going, this isn't the way to do it. Either you go ahead and pay the guy and ensure that he's here this year and beyond, or you figure out a way to get something for him instead of going through yet another contract issue, instead of having him potentially hold out. But yeah, I think they're more open to trading him now than they've been. I still don't necessarily think that a deal is likely.
Why is it that, and we all know the history of the Bengals, you know it better than anybody, that they are a frugal franchise to say the least, but they went out and paid everybody on offense. Everybody seems to be happy on that side of the ball. What has been the reason, in your estimation, that this deal isn't already done?
The Bengals view Trey Hendrickson as a depreciating asset. So they've offered him a contract. They've offered him a pay raise that I believe would probably represent about a 100% pay raise. They certainly are willing to adjust to the market. We've all seen what's happened with the edge rusher market. The Bengals will acknowledge that. They will acknowledge that he's probably the best free agent signing they've ever had. But they view him as a guy who's going to be 31 at the end of this season, who probably has already had his best years. And I think there's some validity to that. Look, they did pay T. Higgins. T. Higgins is 25 years old. They did pay Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is 25 years old. Also, Joe Burrow was very emphatic that they had to pay T. Higgins or else. I don't know what or else would have been. He has certainly acknowledged that the Bengals probably should pay Trey Hendrickson, but he hasn't been nearly as emphatic. But the Bengals look at Trey and see a player that they don't necessarily believe is capable of replicating his 2023 and 2024 production in 2026 and 2027. And I don't think that basic premise is incorrect. I don't think Trey's basic premise is incorrect either, which is, dude, first of all, your defense last year stunk. I was your one good player, and not only was I your one good player, I was a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. I led the league in sacks. When it comes to advanced pass rushing metrics, I had no peer. The top of the market has changed at edge rusher. I want to pay a raise commensurate with those things. I don't think that basic premise is incorrect either. I think the frustrating thing for most people here is that the two sides haven't found a way to come up with a reasonable compromise. The Bengals are probably not going to give Trey Hendrickson a fully guaranteed contract over the next 3 or 4 years, okay? But they should probably give him a contract that's fully guaranteed for more than one season, and the inability or unwillingness to come to some sort of common ground, either with the amount of guaranteed money, the total value of the contract, or anything else, is really frustrating. But I think, we could have had a conversation last May, and I mean May of 2024, and where we are right now was always the most likely outcome. Trey Hendrickson requested a trade prior to last season. The Bengals were unwilling to give him a contract prior to last season. And so to me, the groundwork was laid well over a year ago. I thought it would have made sense if they weren't going to pay him, go ahead and try to trade him prior to the draft this year. They let him explore possibilities. They didn't see one that's out there. And so here we are at a place that unfortunately for months on end has felt very, very inevitable.
Mo Egger, afternoons, 15:30 ESPN in Cincinnati. Follow him on X at Mo Egger, Egger. All right. Will a 1 and a 3 get it done? Because if I'm Detroit, you could have that every hour of every day. And I'm even willing to make the 3 conditional, where if we make the Super Bowl, it's a 2. And if we win the Super Bowl, you get a second 1. Will a 1 and a 3 get it done?
My guess is that would get it done. I think any package where there's a first-round pick involved is going to compel the Bengals to at least listen very, very closely. Their asking price is going to be very, very high. I mean, and it should be, right? I mean,
Sure.
We're talking about an elite edge rusher. My guess is yes. Now, the counter to that is, well, but that doesn't help you this year. That doesn't help you with a defense that they have a new defensive coordinator that they've asked to overhaul. It doesn't help a coach who I think is on a warm seat. It doesn't help the Bengals, who I think they believe they're in this championship window with Joe Burrow. That doesn't help them right now. But I don't know that they're going to get anybody, an established player who's going to be really capable of helping them right now. And so I would guess that package would get it done. I would also guess that they would take that package and shop it around to the rest of the league to see if somebody's willing to do better. But a 1 and a 3 for a player that you don't have, beyond this coming season, yeah, I think that would probably compel the Bengals to at least think very, very hard about pulling that trigger.
Let's just say, for sake of argument, that they're able to sign Hendrickson and he's in and they're all good there. Is this offensive line good enough? 48 sacks a year ago. I mean, yeah, Joe Burrow's amazing. These receivers are amazing. Yes, they can score a lot of points, but Joe Burrow gets sacked a ton. Is that going to slow down at all this year?
He gets sacked a ton and he gets hit a ton and he's on the run a ton. They played with fire last year. Look, we go through this every season and every offseason. It hasn't been because of lack of trying, right? I mean, if you just look at 2 of the 5 drafts between 2019 and 2024, I guess that's 6 drafts. They took offensive linemen in the first round twice. They took an offensive lineman in the second round once. They signed 3 guys in free agency prior to the 2022 season. Spent big money to sign them. They signed Orlando Brown to a massive contract prior to the 2023 season. They signed Trent Brown prior to last year. They took an offensive lineman in the 3rd round this season. It hasn't been because they haven't tried to address it. They've had 3 different offensive line coaches since Zach Taylor became the Bengals head coach in 2019. They've tried everything, and it hasn't worked. My guess is the offensive line will be slightly improved at 2 positions. One is right tackle, where Marius Mims goes into his 2nd season, and I thought showed enough during his rookie season to make you feel like he is going to be a part of the solution. I'm also very high, and they are too, on the guard they took from Georgia, Dylan Fairchild, who they drafted in the 3rd round and basically said, that guy's going to be a starter. He's had a good camp. And so I think he's just naturally going to be better than whoever they would have had at that position from last year's team. But as a general rule, Lucas Patrick was the other guard they've signed. He has struggled throughout camp. I think most of us, when the offseason started, expected the Bengals to address guard with multiple free agency acquisitions. We thought they'd maybe go get a swing tackle in free agency. They did neither. They're very thin up there. I really worry about the depth. And, let's face it, when everybody looks at the offensive line and says, well, they'll be better, but still not good, that's a pretty perilous approach. And we've seen how this thing for the Bengals completely unravels when Joe Burrow starts taking hits. I would imagine there's going to be times this year where you watch the Bengals up front and go, you know what, they've got to invest more and they've got to do more to protect Joe Burrow. We will see. But among all the different question marks about this team, with the season fast approaching, that to me is number one. Have you done a better job of protecting your team's most important investment? There's a lot of concerns here that the answer is no.
All right. Reds are in a pennant race, baby, or at least a wild card race. Game and a half back, 2 in the loss column, and they own the tiebreaker over the Mets. Okay, that was a riveting series against the Brewers. I know they only won 1, but all 3 games were up in, doubt late. Your thoughts on the Reds, who now go west, Angels, Diamondbacks. Do you think they can take it to the end of the season, whether they cross the finish line in the playoffs or not? Do you think this young Reds team has enough to take it the distance?
Yeah, my take on the team all season long has been the starting pitching is going to be good enough to keep them in the race all season long. The offensive shortcomings are going to be too dramatic to believe this team can get over the hump. Now, I know in New York they're panicking about the Mets. They've got the ship back on course, I guess, the last two nights, winning in the Little League Classic last night. But, yeah, I mean, I think, Hunter Green is back. Andrew Abbott, who was terrific yesterday, is having an all-star caliber season. Their starting staff is terrific. They've got some depth. The bullpen, for the most part, has been okay. I think there's a real legitimate concern about whether or not they're going to be able to score enough runs. This is not an offense that has a lot of pop. And, the games this weekend highlighted another question that people have, which is, are they going to be able to catch and throw the ball when they need to? The defense unraveled on Friday. The defense cost them the game on Saturday. Ellie De La Cruz threw away a game-ending double play ball that would have given the Reds a victory in that game on Saturday. I think they're going to hang in there until the end. I do believe it's basically still going to be a two-team race between New York and Cincinnati, even though the Cardinals have, annoyingly so, not necessarily gone away. I think most of us thought this team should have done more, number one, this offseason to upgrade its outfield offense. And then, at the deadline this year, while they did add Miguel Andujar from the A's, I think a lot of us still expected them to, go get a bigger impact bat at the deadline, and they really didn't. So is the starting pitching going to be able to carry them? It's kept them in the race for 4.5 months. I'm skeptical that it's going to get them through the finish line, but you're right. They had a very entertaining series this week, but this team has been interesting. They haven't been swept all season long. So every time you feel like, they're teetering on the brink here. They've lost 2 or 3 in a row, and now the season's about to go sideways. They figure out a way to kind of recalibrate. And every time you feel like, they've won a couple of games in a row, and they're about to take off, they suffer a gut punch of a loss. That has been the case all season. They have a West Coast trip that starts tonight. They have another one in the month of September, and an enormous series with the Mets that first weekend of September. I think those 3 things are going to go a long way toward determining whether or not this team plays in October in a full season for the first time since 2013.
Mo Egger, afternoons, ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Follow him on X at Mo Egger, EGGER. Mo, enjoy your 2 days off. Thanks so much for doing this.
Okay, guys. Yep. See you.
Mo Egger joining us on Miller and Moulton. And when I said the Reds own the tiebreak, they own it now. Okay, they played 2 season series with the Mets. The one they won, and yeah, the big one in 2 weeks. Angels, Diamondbacks, Dodgers, by the way. The 9 or 10 game West Coast trip for the Reds after the series against the Brewers.
All right, humor me, David.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals have 2 winnable games to start the season at Cleveland, where they have not done well. So I don't say it's an easy game because they have been awful against the Browns. Then they host Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
But the next 5 will tell us everything we need to know about Cincinnati. Back-to-back roadies at Minnesota, at Denver on a Monday night. Come home for Detroit, at Green Bay, short week home for Pittsburgh. After 7 games, what's the Bengals' record going to be?
4-3.
They'd take it. They've got another really tough stint. They play 3 in a row at home there. They host Pittsburgh on a Thursday, then they host the Jets and host Chicago. Then they go to Pittsburgh, come back, host New England, and then go at Baltimore, at Buffalo, home for Baltimore. Whew.
Okay, let's rewind and very quickly. I know we're pressed for time. Let's just say they're 3-4, but then they got what? The Jets and the Bears at home. That could be 5-4 heading into that tough stretch. So they could survive a rough start. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Absolutely, Canada Relief. They make the playoffs if they win opening day. Yep. Now, they would have had to go to Buffalo, I think, in the first round. And with that defense, I wouldn't like their chances, but well, in Canada Relief, that's why they're playing their starters in the preseason this year, because they've gotten off to such bad starts the last couple of years that even Burrow and Chase both publicly said, hey, maybe we should play in August a little bit. They did Canada Relief, but their defense was much better when they beat them. I mean, we're talking about last year's team. Do you think last year's team, although they did end the regular season winning 5 in a row, but they were all basically shootouts? I mean, Not many people have a bigger crush on Joe Burrow than me, but I don't think the Bengals were going into Buffalo and winning in the playoffs last year. The year before, but last year's defense was a mess. The only good thing about it's the guy that apparently they're not going to sign. They beat them in the playoffs in 22, 3 years ago. Because Bengals beat them in Buffalo in 22, and I think the Chiefs beat them in Buffalo in 23. Then the Chiefs went to Baltimore and beat the Ravens. Yeah, Canada relief. I think a lot of people think if it's not the Bengals, it's the Niners. And some diehards think it's the Cowboys. But I can't wait to see who it's going to be.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in the 239 and the 904. It's the final hour of the show in Lake City, Live Oak, and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: the punishment was handed down middle of the day Friday. Did the NCAA get the penalties right against Michigan? They were largely financial. Yes, no. Should have taken away wins, maybe even the Natty. No. Should have made at least a postseason ban going forward. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. I think you and I voted the same one. We thought there should have been a postseason ban going forward.
Yep. That's what I would have done. And I don't think I'm being hypocritical, because there was a time that I was not in favor of postseason bans for prior infractions, because what did it do? It hurt the kids that were playing now. And that didn't make a lot of sense to a lot of us. But with the portal, you could have lowered the boom on Michigan from a postseason standpoint. All those kids can get up and go somewhere else. Hell, a lot of them, if they don't start this year, are going to get up and go somewhere else. That's the nature of college football. So I would have given them a postseason ban. I would not have taken the title away. I just wouldn't have. I don't agree with that. But largely now, is there anything that anyone can do that you see a title being taken away or a postseason ban coming? Because I don't.
No. Nope. I mean, come on. When you hand a $30+ million fine down and you hand basically lifetime bans to the head coach, and might as well be a lifetime ban to the assistant who was the one doing the cheating, okay, you've concluded that they cheated, that at least these two coaches were cheating, and one of them was the head coach. Okay, so you concluded over a 3-year period when, oh, by the way, they won 3 consecutive Big Ten titles, that they cheated. And you didn't take away a win. You didn't take away a title. You didn't take away a banner. Nothing. No. Mark, I don't see. And not only that, this ain't in volleyball. This ain't in soccer. Okay, this is in football. This was their last chance to do something like this, where it would be like, oh, wow, okay, I guess going forward, you could still lose wins and banners and titles. Now everybody knows going forward, okay, you're going to lose cash.
Well, and David, to make a small comparison of Saturdays and Sundays, because Saturdays have turned, I mean, outside of 1 foot in, 2 feet in, try to figure out the difference to me now between Saturdays and Sundays. With the money that's out there, with what coaches are getting paid, we're on the brink of college quarterbacks making more than their coaches. It will not be that different than Sundays, and it's getting closer by the day. In the NFL, David, if they feel you have done something from a cheating standpoint to give yourself, your team, an unfair advantage, they've taken away draft picks.
Correct.
That substantially hurts an NFL team going forward. Money means nothing. Yeah, I understand it's a big fine. I get it. But a monetary fine doesn't hurt on-field performance. The NFL now has far stricter discipline than the NCAA.
Now, if it is at a school that doesn't have the ability to generate revenue the way the University of Michigan does, penalties like this going forward could really be damaging, if you know what I mean. I mean, the second tier Power 4 schools, and maybe even some Big Ten schools, because there's talk about, revenue going forward in the conference that's going to be taken away. But I do think this penalty could harm 30 Power 4 programs. But I don't think it will really harm Michigan, because when Michigan turns around in the next couple of years and has an economic shortfall, they'll just hit up somebody to make up the difference. Wait a minute. Why are you calling me? Why do you need money? The penalties. Oh, okay. All right.
This
Sure.
this penalty will be taken care of by boosters before lunch today. They want a natty. What's the booster going to say no to right now?
Not much. Not much. That's for sure. Going forward, though, since the Michigan matter is done, I mean, the financial penalties haven't gone into full effect yet, but they will. But Michigan will handle it, we think, just fine. Can we have a somewhat mature, responsible conversation about what Tony Petitti is proposing?
Let's first let everybody know what he is proposing. David.
So Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten, heading into the weekend, Tony Petitti said, tell you what, since we got this whole, mess of certain conferences wanting the 5x11 and us wanting the guaranteed spots, how about this? How about if we expand the NCAA football tournament from what is currently 12, but we all know it's going to get to 16 at some point soon, as early as next year, but certainly it's not going to take too much longer to get to at least 16. He said, well, why don't we at least make it 24? We have 24, by the way, at the division, at the FCS level. I think we have 24 at the D2 and D3 levels now. Okay, why can't we go 24 where we have 8 buys and then we get right to it? We have 8 first-round games. The 8 winners advance to play the 8 teams with buys. We'll have 16 teams get home games, I'm assuming. 8 of the first-round games, the team seeded 9 through 16, and then the team seeded 1 through 8 in the second round. He even said, tell you what, you want to go bigger? I'll go 28. And here's how I'll break it down. Big 10 and SEC get 7. Big 12 and ACC get 5. There's 2 bids that go to the group of 5, the 2 best teams in the group of 5. And then there's 2 wild cards. One, of course, will be Notre Dame almost every year, and then one for somebody else. How about that? We go 28. Now, I would never, ever, ever want to go bigger than 24. He also said, let's get rid of the championship games, the conference championship games. I mean, Mark, listen, you could hate everything that came out of Tony Petitti's mouth. That, to me, is significant. You mean either Greg Sankey or Tony Petitti out loud said they'd be willing to get rid of their conference championship game? That cash cow they'd be willing to sacrifice? Huh. I found that the most interesting thing that he said.
David, I want him fired today. I really believe that right now he is the single worst thing for college football in America today. I don't know of anyone that's trying to do more to F this sport up than Tony Petitti. Because, yes, he wants to get rid of championship games, but if he goes to 28, he wants some play-in games. He's still trying to have his cake and eat it too. He doesn't want to give up that championship game money. He wants to replace the championship game with some other way for Purdue to play Mississippi State to somehow get into the college football playoff.
I think 28's preposterous. I don't think the college football fan is going to like the whole play-in idea. I think the college football fan is going to be like, listen, I can do away with the conference championship game in the first weekend in December. We get right to the playoff. And then the first 2 weekends in December, when we don't have any NFL competition, we can play playoff games. That'd be great. And in theory, Mark, we could get this sucker down to 8. Boom. Okay. And then go and schedule it out. I do just want to throw this out there. The NCAA men's basketball tournament for a long time was 32 teams, and then it was 48. It didn't go to 64 until, I believe, 83. 83, 84, right around then was, I believe, the first full field. It could have been Villanova in 85, but you get my point. We had about a dozen years through the 70s and into the early 80s where we had a 48-team field. We had buys.
It was 85, David.
It was 85? Okay.
85.
I remember when Indiana won the title in 81, they had a bye in the first round. And the team met in the region final, St. Joe's, they played one more game to get to the region final than Indiana. But I'm just, so, our beloved NCAA tournament, it took them a while before they settled on 64, and we all love it and the whole deal. But just
okay,
so,
and David,
that out there.
Here's your basketball thing, because you're right. At one time, it was smaller than 64, and now we're at 68, and we're going to go to however many teams down the road. David, help me out here. When it was 48, 32, 64, 68, how many automatic bids does a conference get in basketball?
Mark, that would be one.
Okay. How many automatic bids is Tony Petitti proposing for football?
Well, I know what his proposal was when it was 28 teams. It was 7, 7, 5, 5, 2, 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We have turned this into Little League. Are you kidding me? This seems like a participation trophy. We did this a long time where we didn't even have a game to determine a national champion.
Right.
Morons like you and I, if we were lucky enough to have an AP vote, could determine who was a national champion. Then we went to the computer system. Then we went to 4 teams.
Remember the AP awarded the Natty before the Bulls, and for
Right.
10 and then for 10 more years, so did the UPI. Alabama's got 2 Natties when they then went and lost the Orange Bowl and the Sugar Bowl. So this has been messed up for a long time, but is 24 an awful idea?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
At 40 lowered the boom on Harbaugh in his article this morning. Or I guess Friday. I'm just seeing it now.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So I asked the question heading into break, and we don't have to spend more time on this if you don't want to, although Tony Garcia joins us in a little more than 15 minutes to talk about whether or not the NCAA got it right or was too lenient with Michigan on Friday. But so if they took, and you don't have a problem with them going from 12 to 16, right? With the college football playoff?
No, I don't. I like the number where it's at now. I don't think we need 4 teams, but it's inevitably going to happen, and I don't have a huge problem with it. No.
So then the question becomes, but what if they go 16 to 24?
I think that's a horrific idea. Like I understood what you said before the break, and you're just playing devil's advocate more than anything, because I know deep down you don't believe 24 teams should be in the college football playoff.
No, I do not.
I mean, there's no way. You and I both want 6 or 8. I mean, if push came to shove and we were in a room and had the ultimate decision with this, we'd never have more than 8, and we'd probably have 6.
Right. Miller and Moulton. Danielson turned us into a 6 show. We were at 4 or 8, probably 8, and Danielson convinced us that 6 was better, and I think he's right.
Especially now with 4 conferences, 4 conference champs and 2 at-large bids. It gives Notre Dame a shot every year. It gives a group of 5, if they're good enough, the shot to get that 6th bid.
Right. And I'm even willing to give the best group of 5 team one of the 6 spots, which I know people would lose their minds over, but I'd be willing to do it every year. But for the record, and I went through, you know me, Mark, I got time to kill during the break. I went through the final college football regular season ranking from the playoff committee. Okay, not what it was like once games got played, but, anyway, if we took the top 24, 7 SEC, 5 Big 10, 4 ACC, 4 Big 12, 2 Mountain West, by the way, Boise and UNLV, Notre Dame, Army.
Yeah, we don't need this. Because, David, if we go from 12 to 16, theoretically, we're not adding any more weeks to the season.
Correct.
We are just adding games to the first week of the playoff.
Correct.
There's no more buys. It's really simple.
Right.
Everybody will have to play the same number of games in the postseason.
Right. You and I would do away with the buys. We would just, 1 through 16, 2 through 15. It would just go from 16 to 8. Boom.
And I'm okay with that. What the bigger problem I have with what Tony Petitti is trying to do is he's trying to mask us into believing that the most important thing is this, 44221-77358, whatever the hell he's trying to figure out.
Hike.
Right. What he's trying to get, what seems to be the most important thing to him right now. Read between the lines, folks. He wants these play-in games to get into the playoff. That's where he sees a couple of things. One, they would have to pay more money if it goes to 24. The networks will have to re-up their commitments to these college conferences. Secondly, his play-in games allow him to keep the Big Ten championship weekend alive. And if he adds a second game with his 3-6-4-5 crap that he's doing right now, he may be able to keep the same amount of money he's getting from the championship game. Maybe add to it because there's 2 games. This is a TV programmer trying to program more television for his television partners.
Bingo.
That's all he's trying to do.
Bingo.
This is not for the good of college football. It's not for the fan. It's not for anybody but the TV executives and the Big Ten university presidents getting more money.
Now,
that's what this is about.
Now, he would argue, I don't agree with what Petitti's proposing. For devil's advocate, can I be Petitti for the next 5 minutes? You and I go back and forth. I can argue
in the same room.
I can argue, we'll get better regular season matchups. You can afford more losses. Okay, first off, everybody will play 9 conference games. And so what if you lose a non-conference game? We got 24 teams in the playoff. Okay, you can afford a non-conference loss. You could probably 9-3 if you're in a Power 4 conference. There's a good chance everybody 9-3 will make the playoff.
Oh yeah.
So one, I think you'll get better week 1, week 2, week 3. All right, college football scheduling. Number 2, it is better for the fan. More fans' teams are going to be contending for and in the playoffs. Okay, I'll go as quickly as I can. Take week 0 out of it. Okay, week 1 starts August 30th. Mark, there are 14 weeks from August 30th to the Saturday after Thanksgiving. 14 to play 12 games. So everybody can get 2 buys. They can play a 12-game season, okay, from Labor Day weekend to Thanksgiving weekend. They get 14 weeks to play 12 games. Then, first weekend of December, all right, we have playoff games. We have teams 9 through 24 playing against one another. Then the second week of December, we have the 16 teams that are left. They're playing off against one another. That leaves
conference championship weekend, David.
No. It's gone. See, Tony Petitti said
the play-in weekend is not gone. I know what you're talking about, but he's got his damn play-in involved in this.
Well, no, but that's when you say to me, Tony, I can't give you everything. I can't give you play-in weekends. I can't. If you want 24 and it's a TV show, then this is how we're going to have to do it. We'll have our regular season, 14 Saturdays to play 12 games. We start first weekend in December. Gone are the SEC and Big Ten title games. Instead, that weekend is teams 9 through 24 playing off. The 8 survivors play teams 1 through 8. Teams 9 through 16, by the way, get home games. Teams 1 through 8 the next week all get home games. Mark, what are we left with after the second weekend of December? We're down to 8. Which is exactly where we were last year. Only it took a week longer. And then, Mark, I can schedule those 4 games in between Monday Night Football and Saturday NFL in January. I got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to schedule 4 games when every team getting 2 weeks to prepare for these games for the national quarterfinals. And then, boom, I'm down to 4. It's January 1st. We move on in January. We do it just like we did last year. Bada bing, bada boom.
By the way, in case you were wondering and keeping track at home, he not only went James Caan Godfather, he also managed to get one more in there. Because you went the bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
But you slipped in a couple there.
I did. I'm just saying. Yes, this is a TV programmer knowing Mark, he knows Miller, Moulton, and Tony Petiti are the only three people who know what is this.
It's a TV show.
Thank you.
No one wants to watch the play-in game on the TV show. David, watching the play-in game like the TV show is like being forced to watch that 15-minute very special Blossom after NFL football on Sunday night.
Hold on. Forget the play-in. Forget the 3 versus 6 in the conferences. Do you think people will not watch number 9 versus number 24?
I think they'll watch. I don't know how great the numbers would be. Do I think people would watch? Sure. Does it, in theory, bring more teams further along? Yeah, I suppose. But when you're handing out, when Army has got a shot at a national title, I'm not really sure we're putting a good college football playoff together. Miller and Moulton. This is just getting tiring.
Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's. Your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, uniforms. It's a big reveal, Sonny. It always is for Mark and I, because help me out here. Team USA colors are what again? Red, white, and blue?
Right.
Wow. Wow. It's the combinations. Man, the combinations. Well, that's true, Brad. We'd lose some bowl games.
Well,
Yay!
and I will say though, Brad, it's at least, I don't think you'd let the losers play, but it's a valid point in this regard. The people that run college football love the damn bowl games.
Yes, they do.
And the Petitti's a new voice coming in going, why the hell are we? I mean, that's,
Right.
why?
Right. Do we really need to play the Birmingham Bowl? Come on. That's what he's saying. Saying, give me a break. I want to schedule games where 5, 6, 7, 10 plus million people are going to watch. Birmingham Bowl does 2.3 million. What are we talking about here?
Wednesday, kids. Wednesday. Tony's on. Wednesday? I thought it was Monday. I thought they said yesterday during the broadcast it was the Monday after the Tour Championship. Wednesday? How much time do they flipping need?
Has Bethpage on the back? I'd have the United States on the back. But that's me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. David Sampson joining us on the show tomorrow. Big announcement on Wednesday here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Tony Garcia covers Michigan football and basketball for the Detroit Free Press. You can follow Tony on X at Real Tony Garcia. Real Tony Garcia. Tony, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Good morning. How about yourselves?
Well, we are fine. I think we know it's always dangerous to assume what your readership base thinks of what the NCAA did. But just curious, what's been the reaction in your neck of the woods in the last 60 hours to what the NCAA did?
Largely, I would say it's been some victory laps. I think that's probably the best way to characterize it. Most of the fans are just thrilled that, of course, no wins are getting vacated, that there's no postseason ban. Some of the rival fan bases, primarily Ohio State and Michigan State, many of them had been, just sort of, I guess I'll use the word hammering them over this case, saying sort of that the hammer is coming from the NCAA. A lot of people sort of felt that maybe it should have, and they were implying, like they were saying and hoping that has actually happened would happen. And so Michigan fans are really, I think, mostly just happy and relieved that their 2023 national championship is intact. That's the majority of the fan base, I would say.
And, all the true. I mean, I'm a Michigan State grad, so know where this is coming from. But I was one that never thought they should have taken the title away. I will say, given the fact that we live in the transfer portal era, I'm surprised they didn't go for a postseason ban going forward, because I've always been a person that says I hate postseason bans going forward because these kids had nothing to do with it. But now with the portal, a kid can up and leave. And if you wanted to hit Michigan hard, to me, it was going with the postseason ban. How surprised were you that they didn't go in that direction?
Well, given that it is sort of the new precedent that they are trying to set, and sort of it's in vogue now, I guess you could say, I wouldn't say I was terribly surprised, but I was somewhat. I mean, it's not like it was a 0% surprise level. And funny enough, I actually asked that exact question to when we were on the NCAA press conference afterwards to the Committee on Infractions chief of who oversaw the whole case, Norman Bay. And essentially the answer was there wasn't much of one, but they don't. The committee has moved away from that decision in recent years, about in the last 5 to 10 years. And only in the last 4 or so years has the freedom of player movement really taken off. And so he sort of reiterated that they do things at the behest of their flagship members, meaning the universities. And so they have all sort of worked out what they all feel are appropriate punishments for each sort of thing. And something like this was so unprecedented. It's not like they had when X happens, Y result happens. They've never seen something like this before. And they were still operating under we don't want to punish people, even though I do think that it could, like, in a few years, maybe we could come full circle and perhaps start punishing programs in the future. But when that happens, I don't think it's going to be the NCAA. I think it's going to be perhaps like a different governing body that's making these decisions.
Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press. Follow him on X, Real Tony Garcia, Real Tony Garcia. All right. Dave Portnoy, obviously high profile, Michigan fan / alum, said, 20-30 million? Ashtray money. Let's just go high end. Let's just say this is going to be 30 million plus. How damaging will this be over the next 2 years to Michigan, or are they chuckling and 3 phone calls covers it?
Yeah, well, as always, I'd say the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Maybe not as always, but as is often the case. I wouldn't qualify it as ashtray money. Now, Michigan does have a $19 billion endowment. So in that regard, it is pennies. However, in the era of revenue sharing and athletic budgets, still on the heels of COVID and not too long ago running deficits, and now having to find another way to make up an additional $20 million, 30 in the rev share, $20.5 million this year. Another 30 is no small thing, and that's why, in my mind, Michigan appealed this decision. I was frankly surprised that they appealed the decision, just because they didn't get any of the major punishments. Stallions, who was never going to be around, was show cause. Harbaugh, who was never going to be around, was show cause. NFL coordinators had already been show caused. Sharon Moore was given one, but he is still allowed to coach games. It's that it impedes his freedom of movement the next couple of years. So if anything, it sort of locks him into Michigan. And then Denard Robinson was the fourth coach who was hit with that punishment, but he had already been let go for driving while intoxicated a year ago, last April 24. So given that those were the other, and then some minor recruiting sanctions here and there, 25% reduction in visits this year, and 14 weeks over the next 4 years of probation where they have to go no contact, that's like 3.5 weeks a year, something they've already had to deal with and overcome in back-to-back what looks like will be back-to-back top 10 recruiting classes. So I thought they had avoided the worst of things, and I figured they would just say, all right, that's it. But given the fact that University Council is saying that, hey, this is not like what happened, and saying this is not the outcome we want, I mean, I think it goes to show that at least the higher ups at U of M do value the amount of money that's going to be lost here.
I'm fascinated by that part of it because I grew up in Michigan. I know the Michigan person, I think, pretty well. And Michigan forever always said we do things the right way here. There's a Michigan way. And this, not just the penalties, but the statements within the penalties describe Michigan as cheaters, blatant cheaters. How are the Michigan Board of Regents, the people that in the academia world, how are they dealing with this? Because this is very not Michigan-esque, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, so this has all happened, I guess, semi-swiftly because it came out, like Michigan's announcement on it came out late Friday. Of course, we found out about everything about Friday morning around 11. I have not spoken to anyone directly because they are still sort of in processing. And once the appeal went through, or once they announced they were going to appeal, again, that's going to mean more hush time. But what I can tell you ahead of time is that they wanted this thing behind them. And I mean, nobody is certainly affiliated with the university is proud of this. I mean, that's why you won't see any chest thumping from regents or any hooting and hollering from anyone in the athletic department. I mean, there is no doubt about the people who are in and around the program, not just the football program, but the athletic department, that this is a perceived stain nationally on their reputation, which, as you said, I think you laid out well. I mean, few teams and universities have played the moral high ground for as many years as Michigan has. And then to sort of, I guess, get qualified as down and dirty like the SEC, that might be the biggest punishment in this whole thing, is the loss of that identity of moral superiority, because it's simply, in my estimation and the estimation of many, cannot be claimed anymore. Not when you have the findings that the NCAA report did, that evidence was thrown into a pond, his phone was smashed into a million pieces, that Jim Harbaugh not only didn't turn over his text messages and his phone records and didn't sit down with an NCAA compliance officer, but that he was extremely difficult to work with his own compliance office, calling them a thorn in his side, calling them the scum of the earth. I mean, it's just there was a lot there, and so they never proved. It should be noted, they never proved that Jim Harbaugh had any knowledge of this plot. But I mean, the face of Michigan football still to this day, I would say, is Bo Schembechler. And one of his famous lines, I'm paraphrasing here, is if the person in charge of whatever organization does not know about crimes or violations going on in it, then that is still an indictment of their inability to monitor their team. So whether it's ignorance or intentional, there's no excuse. And that's kind of that's where Jim Harbaugh finds himself right now.
All right, very quickly moving forward. So they're picked to be anywhere from the 4th to the 6th best team in the conference this year. They were able to win some big games last year without throwing for 100 yards because of that excellent defense and those 2 stud tackles. A, can they do that again this year? Or B, will they have a passing game?
I'm going to go with B. They will have a passing game. So Chip Lindsey is the new offensive coordinator. They brought him in from North Carolina. Each of the last 2 years, he has had a top 20 passing and rushing offense. And Michigan has historically wanted to be balanced. And in some of their best years in 2022 and 2023, they were throwing the ball a decent amount. Now, they got away from it at the end of 2023, but there were games where J.J. McCarthy had 300 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns sometimes. And so that is something that they do desire. Last year they were just incapable of. And then, of course, the reason why everybody thinks the passing game is going to be is better is Bryce Underwood, the number one recruit in the nation from just up the road here in Belleville. He flipped from LSU to Michigan, and the rave reviews have been pouring in since he did so and since he early enrolled last December. Now, coaches are doing their level best to say that the quarterback competition is still ongoing, that they're going to make an announcement 1 week from today, next Monday, the Monday of game week. But I think it would surprise everybody if it's anything other than Bryce Underwood is going to be under center. They've had some injuries in the room. They've had some late additions in the room, and nobody just really has the profile or certainly the upside of a Bryce Underwood. I mean, he's 6'4", 225. I got to go attend one of his private workouts earlier this summer. I mean, just a massive arm and sort of has that charisma that you look for in a quarterback. So he checks all the boxes. I do want Michigan fans to pump the brakes a little bit. I think the Heisman Trophy ceremonies are slightly premature, but I wouldn't rule something out like that for his career down the line. But as a true freshman, there's going to be some growing pains. There just is every single time you have a true freshman quarterback, no matter where they are.
Tony Garcia covers Michigan football and basketball for the Detroit Free Press. Follow him on X, Real Tony Garcia, Real Tony Garcia. Tony, thanks for your time and your insight. Take a deep breath, okay? Take a day off unscheduled before the opener, and hopefully you don't have to do too many more interviews like this.
No, it's no problem. I'm trying to find the day before that day off. I'll let you know if I get it. Right?
Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press, Real Tony Garcia on X.
You know, the only real question about this Underwood kid is he did not play against a very high level of competition in high school. They weren't in like the highest class. He wasn't playing against the best teams, and Michigan high school football is not nearly as good as it was a generation ago. The whole state got up and left and moved to Texas and Florida. So week 2 at Oklahoma will be fascinating to me, because I think by the time they get the Buckeyes at home at the end of the season, he'll be fine. But week 2 at Oklahoma, that's a hell of a test for a quarterback who's not played in a big game ever in his life to go on the road in Norman. That's a monster test for him.
Could that road game help him, though, for week 4 at Nebraska?
I think so.
No,
I do think so. I think you're right on there, David.
They'll be without their coach week 4 at Nebraska, part of Moore's 2-game suspension penalty. He's suffering at weeks 3 and 4.
And week 1 next year, don't forget about that.
Yep, the Europe game.
Be allowed to go to Germany.
Thanks to Mo Egger and Tony Garcia for joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Thanks to our friends at American Paint Supply.
Michigan is the part of our poll question today. Did the NCAA get Michigan's punishment right? Yes, no, they should vacate the title, or no, a postseason ban too. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today. 4635.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I didn't even look at it, Sonny.
So, I don't mean to go here, but I'm going to anyhow. Okay. So I attend church weekly, mostly because I have to.
Right.
But I'm getting annoyed with people at church.
Huh.
Because our late priest, Father Hugh, who you know I liked a ton,
right,
always had a glass of water next to him. He had some throat problems, and he'd take a drink of water. Now, the new guy who's replaced him's got the water. Okay, that's fine. Oh, no big deal. They're running the show. They can do what they want. They're closer to the big guy than I am in all, seriousness here. But now I'm noticing that churchgoers are basically bringing drinks into church. 2 weeks ago, the guy across the pew from me had a Celsius. He's a young guy with his wife and 2 kids, and he's got a Celsius energy drink at church. This current week, we're in row 2. The guy in row 1 has his water bottle with him. And I'm like, for an hour, you can't leave that in the car.
I'm with you. Okay. If they don't have a place for you to
If there's-
put your drink,
Right next to where they put the songbook,
right,
if there's a cup holder there,
then it's okay for you to have a drink. I seriously, if they don't have a place for your drinks, then you're not supposed to have a drink.
That's funny. Well done, David. I like that.
Could be wrong. Often am.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, fourth and final hour of the show in the 904 and the 239. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson to join us on the show tomorrow. Bud Elliott on Wednesday. We may have a Pat Kerwin sighting on Wednesday. May. We'll definitely have him on Friday. Don't know if we're also going to have him on Wednesday, but we also have an announcement on Wednesday, and we think it's a good one.
The hell, Pat's taking a day off this week? Who does he think he is?
Well, tomorrow he's got the Jets training camp thing, and we've got guests lined up on Wednesday. So I've given Pat, if you want, he's willing to do Wednesday and Friday, but I said, listen, this could be the last week where you only come on once. So it's up to you, your call. And then next week, we begin Pat Tuesdays and Fridays for sure. I threatened this much earlier in the show. I figured I'd save it to the bonus hour, not to upset you. So baseball commissioner Manfred, during his interview during the game yesterday on ESPN, said, we have an opportunity before the decade's over to realign geographically. Can I just throw a couple of quick things out there without going through, my divisions? Mark, we have 8 teams in the Pacific and Mountain Time Zone in baseball.
Okay.
8. Isn't the kind of feeling, the sentiment that it's going to be a Portland or somebody like that it was going to be somewhat Salt Lake City, that it was going to be someone out west? If we're going to realign geographically, then one team is going to be really out of place. We got 4 teams in California. We got Seattle, Vegas, Arizona, Colorado. It works. You can do it any number of ways. You could do the 3 most Northern California teams and add Seattle to it, and you could put San Diego in with Arizona, Colorado, and Vegas, because San Diego and Arizona are pretty close to one another. Or you could do it real simply. 4 California teams in a division, and Seattle, Arizona, Vegas, and Colorado in a division. Boom. Done. Thank you. Move on. And I'm wondering, Mark, if Major League Baseball, come on, there's got to be somebody in the office as nerdy as me. Got to be. Who's right?
Boy, that's an interesting question, David. That's
not
a really
one
interesting question.
There's not one guy as nerdy as me in Major League Baseball's office?
All right. It depends on how we're defining nerdiness. If there's someone that's a better computer programmer than you, are they nerdier than you?
No. No. You know what I mean by nerdy.
Oh, I know what you mean. I was just having a little fun there. David, I don't think so.
You
I
think
don't-
I'm the only guy? There's no one working for Major League Baseball that has sat down at a piece of paper that's been on a flight and hasn't sat down and worked on geographic realignment?
I think that it's largely done. I'm being serious.
Okay.
I don't think Manfred goes on and does that interview last night unless they're realistically close of what they want that to look like with the 2 new expansion teams in it.
Okay. And I agree, by the way. I agree. Which then begs the question, though. We all know Nashville's one of the 2. Hell, he referenced Nashville last night in the interview. So Nashville's done. Okay. Who's the other one? And I'll be as bored. We got the 8 teams in the Pacific Mountain time zone. There, boom. So let's just assume we're not going to add a 9th because that is a problem geographically. Okay. Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, Phillies in a division. Baltimore, Washington, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati in a division. I know you separate Cincinnati from Cleveland. Well, I got Detroit, Toronto, and Cleveland in a division. With the 4th spot open, I got Tampa Bay, Miami, Atlanta, Nashville in a division, right? That has to be a division, right?
Just a quick sidebar. I do find it fascinating that Nashville is a dunk. And for years, one of the cities that was always mentioned with expansion was Charlotte, North Carolina.
Correct.
And Charlotte was never, ever, ever going to get a team because that was part of the Atlanta Braves television footprint.
Right.
Now, the Atlanta Braves play baseball around Marietta, Georgia. I don't know the exact town where their ballpark is, but anybody who's ever driven Atlanta, it's essentially at the corner of 285 and 75. The perimeter that loops around the city, 75 heading towards Chattanooga, Tennessee, north from Atlanta. 85 goes to Charlotte, 75 goes to Tennessee. David, from the ballpark, what's closer, Nashville or Charlotte?
It's really close.
I know because I
close.
worked in Nashville. I had left Atlanta. I was dating someone in Atlanta. I went back a lot. She came to see me. I could do that damn drive blindfolded. But if the location of the venue is outside the perimeter and not downtown, that makes it pretty damn close to Nashville, you mean, where they're playing now.
Yes, but it's also closer to Charlotte than it was where they used to play. I don't think there's 15 minutes driving time difference between ballpark and Charlotte.
If I'm Charlotte right now, I guess all I'm saying is if I'm Charlotte and I've wanted a major league team forever, I am a little honked off about Nashville getting one.
But you do agree with my 4-team Southern Division there of Tampa Bay, Miami, Nashville, Atlanta, right?
I'll put one hitch in your giddy up, and I don't think it'll ever happen in a million years. Unless, of course, that second expansion team goes to Orlando.
But you're right. But you're right.
I'm just saying that's the only hitch in your giddy up, and I don't think that will ever happen, David.
I've got a makeshift division, the 2 Missouri teams, Cardinals and Royals, 2 Texas teams, Rangers and Astros, all in the Central Division right there. Very easy travel. Very easy travel. Okay. I have Minnesota, Milwaukee, and the 2 Chicago teams all in the same division. Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, Twins. Which leaves Detroit, Toronto, and Cleveland. And the 32nd team. Now, obviously, you could take one of my teams, but think about it. You got the 8 teams of the Pacific and Mountain time zone. In theory, you're not going to move one of them. You're going to move them out of a time zone? That makes no sense. You got the teams in the East, Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, Phillies, Orioles, Nats, Pirates, Reds, all in the Eastern time zone. If we're doing this geographically, don't we do it geographically? Yeah, it sucks to put Cincinnati and Cleveland and not have them in the same division. I get it. And sure, you could move one of these around. But to me, Mark, it kind of screams what you talked about, actually. Having the two teams be Nashville and Orlando would work. I can put Nashville in a division I can put them in a central division. I could put them in the most eastern division. If I want to put the Indians and the Reds together in division, I could jam Nashville in it. It's not far away. I mean, it really does make geographic sense for the two teams to be Nashville and Orlando, or give me someplace else in the central time zone, preferably in the eastern central time zone, but I'll take anywhere in the central time zone. Give me a city that's crying out for baseball.
There isn't one. There isn't one. If you look at the cities that are out there, Portland is mentioned a lot.
Right.
Salt Lake City is mentioned a lot. I've seen San Antonio mentioned a lot. By the way, if it's San Antonio, you got 3 Texas teams, and then who? Would you bring Arizona in, and then, do you move Minnesota out west? I mean, you're going to have some problems there, but I don't see Oklahoma City jumping up and down clamoring for a baseball team.
Adam mentions New Orleans. I will say you could take New Orleans, put them in the Tampa Bay, Miami, Atlanta division. I will say from a rivalry standpoint, the cities of Atlanta and New Orleans hate one another.
Right. Is there anything coming out of New Orleans that says they want a Major League Baseball team?
Not really, no.
Not a damn thing.
No.
Now, I have seen Charlotte and or Raleigh-Durham mentioned. Raleigh-Durham's interesting. They have the Hurricanes in hockey, and that's it.
Right.
Pretty big area.
And when does hockey season go from, Mark? Basically October to April. Now, this team's had nice playoff runs for a while now, but the regular season is October to April. That's funny. When's the Major League Baseball season? I believe it's April to October, basically.
And one of the acronyms for maybe the largest suburban area in the Raleigh-Durham area is called Cary, North Carolina. In and around that area, Cary was known as centralized area for relocated Yankees. They don't mean Yankee fans, they just mean Northerners. But there's a lot of New Yorkers, a lot of Northeasterners in the Research Triangle Park. That would not be a bad place, David.
By the way, do I then put that team in the same division as Baltimore and Washington and say I move Cincinnati into the Detroit, Toronto,
there you go.
Cleveland division?
That's where I was working for. If anything, David, if we could have some symmetry with your new divisions. The one question I would have, does baseball want the 2 Chicago teams, the 2 LA teams, and the 2 New York teams in the same division?
How do you do it geographically and not have them in the same division would be my question. You're the one, and when I say you, I mean Rob Manfred. Hey, you're the one that said geographically. Well, then don't they have to be in the same division? I don't have enough teams to separate them. You want to separate it by league, it gets hard. I can put the Mets, the Phillies, and the Nats in a division. Who's my 4th National League team regionally? You want to go Pirates? Okay, I mean, seriously, that breaks up the Reds. And I mean, it's if you want to keep the leagues intact and separate the Yankees, Mets, Astros, Angels, Dodgers, White Sox, Cubs, it's harder, much.
What David is saying, if I force him to do what I just asked, he will not be able to do it during this upcoming commercial break, but he will do it instead of preparing for Monday Night Football. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
It's summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Buried in bourbon. How in the world could the Rays and Braves not be in the same division if we're going to do baseball geographically? I mean, they're connected by the same highway. Yeah, I'm a contract employee. Like when I did golf, I got paid by the tournament. When I do football, I get paid by the game.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think if you walked up to the booth tonight, and I know you probably get there either the same time as Joe and Troy or well before, when Joe walks in, if you were to hit him up with your baseball realignment, would he be engaged, or would he take the paper, crumble it up, and throw it at you?
I'm guessing the latter.
Okay.
By the way, they get to the booth before I do. Okay. Joe and Troy leave early. I mean, they do have a hit in Monday Night Football Countdown, but it's, I think, within an hour of kickoff. I don't think they have a super early one, but there's graphic tests but they get to the game before the spotters do. We're trying to get there as late as possible.
And I don't blame you.
Because there's really nothing for us to do until they give us who's active.
Right.
Like,
no, I understand. I just
and then even then that takes a few minutes of work, and now what do we do for the next 85 minutes? But no.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Maybe a pick or two. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. I'm in D.C. First football game of the year that I have to work. I'm not going to do a damn thing, and I'm going to get paid. I am stealing tonight. If you hear a news story about there's been an arrest during Monday Night Football, it is probably Bristol, Connecticut, realizing that I am stealing tonight. I'm not going to do a damn thing. I'm going to have a running conversation with Troy in his ear. He's going to be like, could you shut up? I really have to, be somewhat serious about this meaningless game. I believe, Mark, take it for what it's worth, the expectation is more Cincinnati regulars will play than Washington regulars, and they will play longer because Cincinnati's a 4.5-point favorite.
When we talked to Pat on Friday, was really digging in with him about the joint practices because he saw Tennessee and Tampa practice together. And he talked, Cam Ward looked good wherever, but in the joint practices, he's like, yeah, interception, fumbles. I mean, he went through like the first 8 plays and they weren't that good. But Pat brought up a really interesting point. Teams love these joint practices. It is where the majority of the work for the first teamers is done. It's why the teams with joint practices play their starters far less in preseason games, because they can get work in the things that they need to work on in these joint practices. It's controlled, as Pat said, red zone offense, 2-minute drill, whatever the case may be, they can work on. But these practices are harder than their normal team practices. And Pat thinks when a new CBA comes down the line, that the players will probably try to get rid of the joint practices. And the owners, not the coaches, will simply look and say, joint practices, those cost us money. We don't make money on joint practices. They want to get rid of them? Oh, okay, 18th game, sure. And they'll use it in their leverage. I wonder if they do get rid of the joint practices, if we'll ever get to a point where players actually have to play in preseason games.
Well, in theory, in the next CBA, we're going to have 18 games, which means everybody will have 9 home games, which means we'll go from 3 preseason to 2.
Right.
So then you tell me, I mean, what have we seen so far? Because the second, I know that the Chargers and Lions played the Hall of Fame game, but everybody else is played 2, except for Cincy and Washington, who played their second game tonight. What did we see a lot of, Mark? Week 1, we saw more regulars play than we had in recent years in week 1, because what were they doing in between week 1 and week 2? These scrimmages, practices, and then they hold their regulars out of the second preseason game. And we all know you hold your regulars out of the third preseason game. So my question would be, Mark, would we see the same thing? Would we see what week 1 and week 2 have largely been this year? Now, there were a few teams who did play their regulars, both week 1 and both week 2 in the first half. And I suspect Cincy's going to do it tonight. I think we're going to see Burrow and company for the whole first quarter tonight into the second quarter, and then I think they're done. But you tell me. You got to pick a game. You're not going to pick the game closest to the regular season, right? Because if you suffer an injury, you want an extra week or so to be able to heal up.
David, I'm speaking to you from an owner's standpoint, not from a GM or a coach. I want my regulars to play in my home game.
There you go.
It's that simple to me. I don't give a damn if it's closer to week 1 or further from week 1. I'd rather have my regulars playing at home that it's the best chance of me attracting my fans to come to the game and spend money on concessions and merchandise.
Right.
That's all that matters to me.
Even though the tickets are largely already paid for, but you're right.
But you want people to show up.
Sure. Right. Absolutely. I like that.
The more butts and seats, the more money you make.
I like that. I do. I will say, and I abhor this preseason stuff. Dable of the Giants did something which I thought was interesting. He's not the first one to do it. He's just the first one that's done it recently that I recall. Dable, late first quarter, early second quarter, had Russell Wilson run a play. It was successful. He then raced Wilson off the field. He had Jackson Dart run onto the field and run a play, and he didn't have him hand the ball off. He had him run a play action pass, throw the ball. He threw a completion, and then had Dart run off the field and have Wilson run back on. And when asked after the game, he said, I was trying to recreate a situation that can happen during a game where the starting quarterback lost his shoe and has to go to the sidelines to put it on. He gets banged up and he misses a play or two. I wanted to create a situation that could realistically happen between a first and second team quarterback, which of course got everybody going, so Jackson Dart's a second team quarterback? Which has me wondering, Mark, is Jameis going to get traded in the next week?
Well, there you go. There you go. Because there are a lot of teams that have some serious issues when it comes to their number 2 quarterback.
I mean, do we want to just go up and down the division right now? Just go problem, yes or backup quarterback problem, yes or no? I mean, it's startling. Like Jameis wouldn't be the best backup in Detroit. He wouldn't be the best backup in Dallas. How far we want to go with this? Okay, seriously,
it's got to be backup.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right.
I mean, I think David, I don't know what you'd get for Jameis, because your image of what it's the one area that I think you're a little off on. I think you're one of the smartest sports guys I know. What you feel a player is worth for a trade always seems to be quite a bit higher,
I would agree,
than what the market will bear. Like when you went first and third for Hendrickson there, I'm going, by the way, if I'm Detroit, I might make that trade with you, but I think that's unrealistic right now to give up based on the way trades go in the NFL. So with that being said, could you get a 4th for Jameis?
This might be the only reason you could. My guess is it would be a 5th, but Jameis is under contract for 2 years. The Giants signed him to a 2-year deal. So you'd be essentially acquiring your backup for the next 2 years at a very affordable contract. And that might be worth, Mark, an extra round of a draft pick than otherwise you'd normally get. For the record, earlier in the show, the Bengals apparently are now entertaining offers for Trey Hendrickson. And when we talked to Mo Egger of 1530 ESPN in Cincinnati, I said, what is it they're asking for? And I threw out, if I'm the Lions, first round pick in 25, well, 26, and then a third round pick in 27, conditional. If in the next 2 years I make the Super Bowl, the 3 becomes a 2. If in the next 2 years I win the Super Bowl, the 3 becomes a 1. And he said, oh, yeah, that'd get it done. And Mark, that's part of why I offer it. I want this deal done. I want Cincinnati to go, okay, we can make this deal.
Right. We're not picking up the phone. This is the way, and I think you also, if you're the Detroit GM, you're Brad Holmes, they're going, no. You're not taking my offer and shopping it around the league. Do you want to do this deal? Let's do it now.
And if you want to shop it, I'll give you 48 hours. I need him in here Thursday. Okay, if I wake up Thursday morning and he's not a Lion, this deal ain't happening.
So I think you overshot, but I understand the reasons why you're doing that, because you're trying to win a damn Super Bowl in Detroit, and they need another piece on defense. This would work for them. I don't know how it works for Cincinnati, because it would make an already awful defense even worse. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap. All ahead.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What's your Wednesday look like?
Wide open?
You want to tape Brando after the show?
Sure.
Run them Thursday?
Yeah. I'm coming back with a rather long text.
Okay.
Even though I got that other crap to do. Someone had texted the show, poll question number 4, no, too harsh, undeserved, about the Michigan penalty. And I said, is that your answer? Because I've not heard anyone, which I capitalized, who feels that way, even Michigan fans. And he gave me a really long response that I want to get to on air, and I will let you answer it.
Huh, sure.
You shouldn't have a problem answering it.
Okay.
Canada Relief, they've been in the league for quite a while. This is actually an old story that somehow hopped to the front of the news page because people don't like it now. I don't know. Then should colleges have male cheerleaders, Canada Relief?
There's always been male cheerleaders. They need somebody to pick up.
No, the pros, though. The Vikings have male cheerleaders. It's being made into
know.
a big story. But they've had them for a while.
Yeah, there's a bunch of teams that have them. People are miserable. Just need to just let a lot go. There's real issues out there.
2018 was the first season, by the way, that there were male cheerleaders in the NFL 7 years ago. 2018. Why is it a problem today? And why shouldn't they, Canada Relief? Why does that bother you? How many games do you go to? How much are they on television? Does that hurt your viewership of the league? Or is it a little bit of a homophobic statement? I don't give a damn.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're done. We're out of here. That's it. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Sampson tomorrow. Bud Elliott, Pat Kerwin on Wednesday, working on Tim Brando for Thursday.
All right, I've got to get to this text before we get to the rest of our business here, because I got a text from a listener who gave a fourth answer to our poll question, which is about Michigan and their punishment. And we asked, is the punishment right? Yes, no, they should vacate title, no, postseason ban, 2. Those were the 3 choices. And he gave me a fourth. No, too harsh, undeserved. And I responded to him. I said, is that your answer? Because I've not heard anyone who feels that way, even Michigan fans. And he responded with the following. This was another thing, David. Since 1997, I have been the GM of a 350-employee operation with 2 right-hand men, women, and 12 Tier 2 salaried leaders. I know what it's like when one of your inner circle leaders goes rogue in an attempt to prove themselves worthy of a promotion and have cheated to achieve it. I have even been talked to by my supervisor myself about steps to control their actions better. I feel for Jim Harbaugh because I have not seen or heard a piece of evidence where Connor was instructed to do what he did by Jim. Yes, the team benefited from Connor's actions, but I still haven't seen any proof that anyone anyone you can point to me to the actual, not hypothetical or theoretical piece of evidence where Jim or any other coach instructed Connor to do it. I would change my mind.
I think it's laughable. Did you think Ollie North acted by himself? I mean,
well, I'll just stick to the Michigan thing. Did he answer any questions? He was deposed, and he wouldn't talk. And then when they tried to talk to him again, he refused to cooperate with any of the investigations for this.
Right.
Connor Stallions said, they asked where his phone? In 1,000 pieces in the bottom of a lake.
The NCAA said it, quote, had overwhelming evidence of a cover-up by the Michigan staff. Who do you think that was? Once again, I will say it, and I don't know how you run your organization or anybody on top of you runs your organization. We have said this for a very long time on this show. There are no more power and control people in all of sports than a college football coach. And I mean it. Not close. Not close. College football coach, Bill Self at Kansas, college football coach. Seriously. They're the most paranoid power control people in all of sports, professional and college. The college football, there's no major college football program where something like this happens that the head coach is not aware of and is not orchestrating. It's possible they're not orchestrating, but they're completely aware of it, and they're condoning it by letting it occur. And by the way, it occurred for a minimum of 3 years. You really think anything happened with the Michigan football program for 2.5 to 3 years that Jim Harbaugh didn't know about? And I mean it. An affair, stealing of money. Do you think Jim Harbaugh did not know anything that was going on in the Michigan football program for a 2.5 year to 3 year period of time? There's no way. I'd bet my life on it.
And I'd finish by saying this, sir. One, thank you for your text. And two, and more importantly, if you're a GM of a company that's 250 employees, why the hell aren't you advertising with Miller and Moulton?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by our friends at Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. 427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Or online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. Holy Toledo. This is interesting. This has never happened to me before, David.
Okay.
The program where I keep all of this stuff.
It went bye-bye?
It went bye-bye. So give me a second. Just bear with me. There we go.
Okay.
All right. We start in 1920 today. When Harry Byrne, at the age of 24 as a state rep in Tennessee, cast the deciding vote for ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, allowing women's suffrage after reading a letter from his mom. 1922 at Oakmont, 20-year-old Gene Sarandson wins the PGA. Elvis released Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel. That's a pretty good flip side. Reached number 1 on the charts. It would stay there for 11 weeks. It happened today in 56. Hendrix closes out Woodstock with an early morning performance of Hey Joe, and then he would do his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. Today in 83, David, they finally finished the Pine Tar game. It took them all of 12 minutes. Hal McRae struck out. Quisenberry retires the Yanks in order. Your final score, the Royals 5, the Yankees 4.
But the best part of the 12 minutes was the game resumes and Billy Martin comes out and protests. And the umpires go, "What are you protesting?" And he said, "All right, Oh, no, he appealed.
He appealed every base.
Right, he appealed every
didn't just appeal
base.
home on the home run. He threw to first, he threw to second, he threw to third, the pitcher that is, and then they threw home, basically checking to make sure he touched every base.
And the crew chief unveiled out of his back pocket basically a signed piece of paper by all 4 umpires that the bases had in fact been touched because they anticipated that Martin would do it.
1986. I would say today, not maybe today, but this album helped hair metal reach its ultimate peak, and it would begin the jump of the shark of hair metal, because today in 86, Bon Jovi released Slippery When Wet.
That was a monster.
It was, but I think it was the peak of hair metal.
Yeah.
It would never be about a year from now, because it ended up being the top-selling album of 1987. So we're in August 86. By the time 87 rolls around, this is a monster. Larry Bird retired today in 92. Kid Rock released Devil Without a Cause today in 98. That made him a big star. Rich Beam beats Tiger for the PGA at Hazeltine today in 02. And Usain Bolt wins the gold medal in the 200 for the 3rd successive Summer Olympics in Rio today in 2016. Meriwether Lewis, the other half, Lewis and Clark there, the first half. Yeah.
Right.
Gene Bartow, the college basketball coach, Roberto Clemente, Patrick Swayze, and Malcolm Jamal Warner would have all celebrated birthdays today. Malcolm Jamal Warner would have been 55. Somehow, Roman Polanski's still alive. He's 92. Robert Redford's 89. Dennis Leary, 68. Jeff Courtnall, 63. Christian Slater and Ed Norton are both 56 today. Luke Fickell is 52. Peter Worrell, tough guy for the Florida Panthers. He's 48. Jeremy Shockey and Bart Scott, each 45, and Dan Orlovsky is 42. What did I miss, David?
So they did the coup of Gorbachev today in 91. And I believe today in 92, it was right after the Olympics. I think Larry Bird retired.
Yeah, I had that one.
Okay. Well, sorry about that.
No worries. Did Larry Bird retire today?
I heard he did in 92.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to the Netherlands for the good, where police, firefighters, and paramedics responded in force to a bridge in the Netherlands, where they discovered a reported suicide attempt. Well, it turns out it wasn't a suicide attempt. It was a Hungarian truck driver who thought it was a beautiful, warm summer evening, and when he drove over the bridge said, I'd like to cool off. I'm going to jump in. So he pulled his truck over, and he jumped in. Problem was, apparently the water was a little more dangerous than he had thought, and he learned his lesson because he needed help from a boater to get back to shore. All the police calls were not needed, except for the fact to give him a ticket because he parked on the shoulder of a bridge. For the bad, we go to the Grand Tetons, where health officials are working to alert hundreds of people in dozens of states and several countries who may have been exposed to rabies after staying in bat-infested cabins in Wyoming's Grand Teton National Park.
Damn.
Right. Hey, would you like the cabin with the bat infestation? So far, no one has come down with rabies, but health officials are still on the lookout. And finally, the ugly. We come back to the state of Florida and Spring Hill, where on the second day of class, the 8th grade language arts teacher was arrested. Philip Skier was arrested and charged with driving under the influence. The 32-year-old, just around noontime, crashed into a fence with his car. Deputies said they found him surrounded by several empty single-serve alcohol containers. His vehicle was still in gear when they found him. Students are really upset because apparently, by all accounts, he's the most amazing teacher. My heart is broken over this. He's been suspended by the school and is facing DUI charges. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Monday, August the 18th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Got a lot of teams playing today in baseball. Not all. I think you got 24 of the 30 playing. But we got 13 games because, Mark, remember, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, that the Brewers and Cubs were going to play a 5-game series over 4 days in August. Well, it begins today, and it begins with the double header today. Brewers and Cubs. Brewers lead the division by 8. Mark nailed it last week when he said if you're the Cubs realistically, if you think you can still win this division, you got to win 4 out of these 5. It's a tough ask. Milwaukee's got the best record in baseball, and they're 14-1 in the last 15. But if you go 4-1, if you go 4-1, you'd cut the deficit to 5. And I believe
that's doable. That's doable.
And I believe these are the last 5 games of the season between the Brewers and the Cubs. But 220 and 7, I think. The double dip, maybe 6:30. The double dip at Wrigley, Brewers and Cubs. Mariners and Phillies begin a series in Philadelphia. Mariners just lost 2 of 3 to the Mets. By the way, Phillies have had that Zach Wheeler, blood clot in his shoulder. There's a lot of medical people that are like, yeah, he ain't going to pitch the rest of this year. And they got 2 others. Nola just came off the IL yesterday, gave him 6 runs. And they got 2 other starters that are running on fumes whose ERA is like 7.
Yeah, they
in the
thought
last 3 weeks.
Before this, they were going to run a 6-man rotation until the end of the year to give their starters some needed rest and get ready for the postseason. Well, that's obviously not the case. And with Nola getting shelled yesterday, they may be more at 4 than 5.
I do think the Phillies, though, have enough. They're going to hold off the Mets, but it may cost them some seeding. Cardinals in Miami to face the Marlins. Here's another good series. Could be a playoffs series of some kind. Astros in Detroit to play the Tigers. If nothing else, these are 2 first-place teams. One's the 2, one's the 3. I think they're only separated by like a game or so in the standings. This could go a long way.
Yeah, big for Detroit, big for the Astros, big for Seattle.
Yes.
So I think Detroit, with what happened to Cleveland over the weekend and what Detroit did, I think that division, we can now finally say it's done. It's back up to 8. But you're right. This could have a lot to do with who the 2 seed is, and it could have a lot to do with who wins the West.
Now, I will say the Tigers with this weekend, okay, the Tigers are now 3 up on Houston. Difference between the 2 seed and the 3 seed. So, and Detroit only a half a game behind Toronto for best record in the American League. So it's really close between the Phillies and Dodgers as to who's the 2 seed in the National League. Really close between the Tigers and Jays as to who's the 1 seed in the American League.
So that's what's going on tonight. For those of you that thought a Ryder Cup team was going to be announced today, that's not until next week. Next Monday, you ask? No, next Wednesday. Because why not put it off for even longer?
And Europe's waiting until after this weekend's tournament as well before they're announcing. And I think they only have like 3 of their guys selected. At least we've got 6. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your day. David Sampson tomorrow. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.